Getting ready now to get back going with our AAA local challenge in the stock division here at Derby Downs. Jason Sokol and Lou Snodgrass with you at the finish line on the bridge, and we are going to get this thing back going. Now, many of the heats that finished are going to stay finished, but if a heat was stopped mid-phase, we're going to go back and start it again. So as you see champs going into the ramps, these will all be phase A phases at this point. We're going to get it started here in just a moment with heat 710. We'll tell you about that one once we see cars getting loaded in at the starting line. Big day of racing here at Derby Downs. We'll complete the AAA local challenge first for the stock division. Then it'll be time for our legacy division once we wrap up with stock. Then you'll see some of our top rally champs in the All-Star race later on this afternoon. Then from 5 to 8 tonight, it'll be the Topside show. A little different this year. A lot of the festivities taking place at the bottom side, but all the cars will be on display at Topside for the folks as well. All right. First heat being loaded in now. This is heat 710A. In lane number 1 from Longview, Texas, Elise Amador. Amador in lane 1. In lane number 2 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Jensen Stahl. Stahl in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Montoursville, Pennsylvania, Grace Stoltz. Stoltz in lane number 3. A reminder to our stock champs as we get ready to remain in your lane after the finish line. You got to stay in your lane all the way through the run-out area, or you will be assessed a penalty. And we are off and racing once again in the AAA local challenge. Amador in lane 1, Stahl lane 2, Stoltz lane 3. Champs from Texas, Ohio, and Pennsylvania represented here. As those champs cross the finish line, we'll stand by for official results. Again, a reminder for everybody, we are not going to guess a result until it's made official. The reason being, we can't see the finish line. It is directly below where we're standing. And a lot of things can change once you get into the grandstand area of the track. So it might look like a result from what we can see, say at about the FirstEnergy stripe down here at the bottom. But by the time they get to the finish line, things could change. Alan Howe, please report to the finish line. Alan Howe to the finish line. Down here at the finish line, they've just completed the timer test. So we'll be getting back going with our local stock challenge here in just a few minutes. Okay, so here's the situation. After the timer test, they've determined they're going to rerun 710A, more out of an abundance of caution than anything, just to make sure we get accurate times there. But we are back ready to go here. Heat 712A getting loaded in right now. Lane number 1 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, Paxton Brake. Brake in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Camano Island, Washington, Timmy McCann. McCann in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, Michael DeLuca. DeLuca in lane 3 as these champs are off and racing. Lane 2 drifting off towards that lane line. Our line judges watching closely as these champs head on down past the halfway marker. Crossing over the tunnel now. Here they come down for a finish. And we'll watch for a clean run out for these champs. And we'll have some results once they are made official. Next up will be Heat 713A, lane number 1 from Gretna, Nebraska. It's Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 1. In lane 2 from St. Charles, Illinois, Milan Malpica. Malpica in lane 2, and in lane number 3 from North Yarmouth, Maine, Liam Murray. Murray in lane 3.
Results coming through for Heat 712, finding Paxton Brake out in front, followed by Michael DeLuca with a .169, and in third it was Timmy McCann at .182.
We should mention, too, on these results that any penalties that were assessed, even though the phase times were wiped out from Tuesday, any penalties that were assessed do still stand. So if you received a penalty on Tuesday, that will still carry even though your heat time was wiped out.
The differential we gave for Michael DeLuca, that number is included with the assessed penalty. That was .169.
Off and racing in Heat 713A, it's Van Wart in lane 1, Malpica in lane 2, and Murray in lane number 3. And here they come down towards the grandstand. As they cross the finish line, we'll stand by for results.
And here are the results for Heat 713. It is Liam Murray leading the first phase of Heat 713, followed up by Pierce Van Wart, clocking in at .019 behind that. And in third, Mylan Mapika, .062.
This next run down the track will be a bye run for these champs. And with the bye run complete, we'll move on to Heat 715A. Lane number 1 from El Cajon, California, Luke Kaminsky. Kaminsky in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Little Valley, New York, it's Brantley Steinbar. Steinbar in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Howard, Pennsylvania, Owen Cornelis. Cornelis in lane 3. And these champs on track, Kaminsky lane 1, Steinbar lane 2, and Cornelis in lane number 3. 2 All-American first-timers in lanes 2 and 3 in Steinbar and Cornelis. Here they come down for the finish. We'll get those results once they are official. (717A) getting ready to go next. Lane number 1 from Brooklyn, New York, Julia Ross. Ross in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Staten Island, New York, Ferdy Nunez. Nunez in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Erie, Pennsylvania, it's Cooper Wall. Wall in lane 3.
Results in from Heat 715 finds Brantley Steinbar out in front by Luke Kaminsky at .115 and Owen Cornelis. This reflects his penalty from the day before at .086.
Heat 717A on track now. Ross lane 1, Nunez lane 2, Wall in lane number 3. We're here in the cheering sections for Ferdy and Julia down here. I know Cooper's got one too. They crossed the finish line, and we'll have results in a moment. Heat 710A is next. Lane number 1 from Longview, Texas, Elise Amador. Amador in lane 1. In lane 2, from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Jensen Stull. Stull in lane 2. And in lane 3, from Montersville, Pennsylvania, Grace Stoltz. Stoltz, lane 3. This will be the phase that we're going to rerun from a bit earlier.
It is Cooper Wall leading this first phase of Heat 717, followed up by Julia Ross off the mark by .09, and in third it's Freddie Nunez, .19.
And those times reflecting that penalty from on Tuesday for Ferdy. Heat 710A underway now. Amador, lane 1. Stull, lane 2. Stoltz in lane 3. Here come Elise, Jensen, and Grace to the finish line. First All-American for both Jensen and Grace, and we'll get those results once we have them. Next is Heat 718A in lane number 1 from Logan, Ohio, Emberly Heminger. Heminger in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Oviedo, Florida, Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Monongahela, Pennsylvania, Anna Cox. Cox in lane 3.
Yeah, it's right near Pittsburgh. The Monongahela and the Allegheny River come together in Pittsburgh and makes the Ohio River. All right. The data has come in for Heat 710. We find Grace Stoltz out in front, followed by Elise Amador. Now, her differential reflects the penalty from the other day. It's at .115. However, Jensen Stull bringing up the third position at .134.
Champs loaded in for Heat 718A. We've got Heminger in lane 1, Hoagie lane 2, and Cox in lane number 3. Champs from Ohio, Florida, and Pennsylvania here as they come to the finish line. And we'll get results here in just a moment. Heat 712B getting loaded in now. Lane number 1, it's car 369 of Michael DeLuca. DeLuca in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 323 of Paxton Brake. Brake in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 354 of Timmy McCann. McCann in lane 3.
Heat 718 shaping up as follows. It has Samantha Hoagie out in front for this first phase, followed by Anna Cox at .095, and in the third position, it's Emberly Heminger with .13.
Off and racing. Brake, McCann, and DeLuca on track for their second phase. Paxton Brake leading the phase at this point, or leading the heat rather. McCann and DeLuca close behind, and we will stand by for some official results.
Results in from heat 7-12. Finds Paxton Brake out in front, followed by Timmy McCann and Michael DeLuca. Loaded up into blocks for heat 7-19 is Dominic Fratelli in lane number 1, Vincent Delacroix in lane number 2, and Anthony Williams in lane number 3. And they're off. Approaching the tunnel. And the run out looks good. We'll have the data on that heat momentarily. What heat do we have in the blocks? Information coming in now from Heat 719. We find Dominic Frassinelli leading this first phase of Heat 719, and the differentials following will reflect the assessed penalties. Vincent Delacroix at .083 and Anthony Williams at .06. This second phase of Heat 713, Pierce Van and Mel Murray in lane number 3. Results coming in momentarily from Heat 713. Pierce Van Wart in lane number 1. Millen Malpica in lane number 2, and Liam Murray in lane number 3. That data will be in momentarily. Results in for Heat 713. It is Liam Murray leading this heat at this point, followed by Pierce Van Wart, very close by 0.02 of a second. And in third, Milan Malpica at .07. Milan Malpica.
What you just saw on track was a bye run there. We'll get ready now for 715B, lane number 1. It's going to be car 361 of Owen Cornelis in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 301 of Luke Kaminsky in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 321 of Brantley Steinbar in lane 3. So on track here, Steinbar leading this heat through one phase by .086 over Owen, and Luke with .115 to close the gap. As they come down for the finish. So we'll stand by for those results.
Data in for Heat 715. We find Brantley Steinbar leading that heat so far, followed up by Luke Kaminsky at .235. And in third is Oren Cornelis with a .239, and that number reflects the assessed penalty.
Next up will be Heat 720A on track right now. Lane number 1 from Denver, North Carolina. It's Baylor Flo. Flo in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Annabella Brown. Brown in lane 2. And lane number 3 belongs to Washington, D.C.'s Charlotte Cleary. Cleary in lane 3 as these champs just about done with their first phase. And we'll get those results in a moment. .717B will be next. Lane 1, car 353 of Cooper Wall. Wall in lane 1. Lane 2, car 364 of Julia Ross. Ross in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 317 of Ferdy Nunez. Nunez in lane 3.
Stepping out and leading heat number 720 at this point, it's Charlotte Clearly, followed by Baylor Flo at .019 and Annabelle Brown at .044.
So Cooper, Julia, and Ferdy on track now for 717B. Cooper Wall leading this phase, or leading the heat after one phase rather. .09 back to Julia, .19 back to Ferdy. As they cross the line, we'll get times in a moment. 710B up next, lane number 1. It's car 351 of Grace Stoltz. Stoltz in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 303 of Elise Amador. Amador in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 362 of Jensen Stahl. Stahl in lane 3.
Results are in for Heat 717. We find Cooper Wall holding on to his lead, followed by Julia Ross at .196. And in third, Ferdy Nunez at .205. That reflects the penalty from yesterday.
Off and racing in 710B. Grace in lane 1, Elise lane 2, Jensen in lane 3. Grace leading the heat after one phase by .115 over Elise, with Jensen .134 behind as they cross the tunnel, come in front of the grandstands, and here they are at the finish line. We'll watch for a clean run out and get some results. Heat 721A getting ready now. Lane number 1 from Lafayette, Indiana, Evan Ashley. Ashley in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Columbia, Missouri, Drew Schilling. Schilling in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Colton Payne. Payne in lane 3.
Results are in for this second phase of Heat 710. We find Grace Stoltz holding on to the lead, followed by Jensen Stahl at .158, and then in third, it's Elise Amador, .237. A note that these differential times are cumulative over the course of the phases, and they do reflect assessed penalties.
Heat 721 underway. Ashley in lane 1, Schilling lane 2, Payne in lane number 3. Champs from Indiana, Missouri, and Virginia here. Here they come across the tunnel. And there is the finish line. We'll stand by for official results. $718B is next. In lane 1, it's car 341 of Anna Cox. Cox in lane 1. In lane 2, car 363 of Emberly Heminger. Heminger in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 3.
Looking at the incoming data for Heat 721, finds Evan Ashley out in front, followed by Colton Payne at .117, and in third place, Drew Schilling, .322.
Racing in Heat 718B. Cox lane 1, Heminger lane 2, Hoagie in lane number 3. Hoagie leads the heat after one phase by .095 over Anna. And then it's .13 back to Emberly. We'll see how this second phase changes things. And next on the hill, we will have a bye run.
Continuing to lead Heat 718 is Samantha Hoagie, followed up by Emberly Heminger at .214, and Anna Cox coming into third at .232.
Nope. 7:12 elimination phase time. Lane number 1, car 354 of Timmy McCann. McCann in lane 1. Lane 2, car 369 of Michael DeLuca. DeLuca in lane 2. And lane number 3, it's car 323 of Paxton Brake. Brake in lane number 3. As they come down for a finish, we'll see if Paxton Brake can hang on and advance, or if it'll be Timmy or Michael taking that spot. In the meantime, we'll get ready for Heat 719, Phase B. Lane number 1, car 324 of Anthony Williams. Williams in lane 1. Lane 2, car 314 of Dominic Frassinelli. Frassinelli in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 330 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 3.
Well, it looks like Paxton Brake will be advancing on to the next round. And Timmy McCon came in second with .154, and Michael DeLuca at .183.
Standing by now for 719. Off and racing in 719B. Williams lane 1, Frassinelli lane 2, Delacroix in lane 3. Frassinelli leads the heat after one phase over Williams and Delacroix, both of whom were assessed penalties back on Tuesday. Here they come across the finish line. We'll get those official results in just a moment. 713C, an elimination phase, is next. Lane 1, it's car 349 of Milan Malpica. Malpica in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 335 of Liam Murray. Murray in lane 2. In lane number 3, it's car 331 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3.
Frassinelli continues to lead Heat 719, followed up by Vincent Delacroix at .042 and Anthony Williams .172. Both of those differentials reflect the penalties from earlier.
Elimination phase time in Heat 713. Malpica lane 1, Murray lane 2, Van Wart in lane 3. Murray was the leader after two phases, but only by 2 1/1000ths. Elimination phase in Heat 715 coming up next. Lane 1, car 321 of Brantley Steinbar. Steinbar in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 361 of Owen Cornelis. Cornelis in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 301 of Luke Kaminsky. Kaminsky in lane 3.
The data has come in from Heat 713, and it finds Pierce Van Wart advancing on to the next round, followed up by Liam Murray at .045, and in third, .173 belongs to Milan Malpica.
On track in 715 Phase C. Steinbar, lane 1, leading the heat through 2 phases. Owen and Luke about 2/10 behind. As they cross the finish, we'll get those official results here in just a moment. Up next, heat 722, phase A, lane 1 from Memphis, Tennessee. It's Bailey Carr. Carr in lane number 1. In lane number 2 from Stanton, Virginia, Caleb Gilbert. Gilbert in lane 3, I should say, because in lane 2, the real reason for all the delays on Tuesday, at least that's what I'm going with, the pace car.
Who's going to advance from heat 715? It's going to be Brantley Steinbar. In second, it was Luke Kaminsky at .13 and Owen Cornelis at .155.
So Carr and Gilbert crossing the finish line along with the pace car. We'll get those results in a moment.
The data is in from heat 722. It is Caleb Gilbert leading through this first phase, followed by Bailey Carr at .02, 2 one-thousandths. And it is, of course, our wonderful pace car.
720B on track right now. Lane 1, it's Charlotte Cleary. Lane 2, you've got Baylor Flo, and in lane 3, it's Annabella Brown. Clearly your leader in this heat after one phase. .019 over Baylor, .044 over Annabella. There's the finish line. Results in a moment. Time for an elimination phase in heat 717. Lane 1 belongs to car 317 of Ferdy Nunez. Nunez in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 353 of Cooper Wall. Wall in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 364 of Julia Ross. Ross in lane 3.
Here we go for heat 720. Here's how it's shaping up. Charlotte clearly out there leading at this point, followed by Annabella Brown at .03, and following up off the pace by .059 is Baylor Flo.
.717 off and racing now. It's Nunez in lane 1, Wall lane 2, Ross in lane 3. Wall leading the way by just under 2/10 after 2 phases over Julia and Ferdy. And we'll see if those results hang on as they cross the finish line. We'll get you the final results once they are official. Heat 710C up next. Lane number 1, car 362 of Jensen Stahl. Stahl in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 351 of Grace Stoltz. Stoltz in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 303 of Elise Amador. Amador in lane 3.
Advancing on from heat 717, it is Cooper Wall, followed in second by Julia Ross, .212, and in third, Freddie Nunez, .245, reflecting the earlier penalty.
We're off and racing in 710C. Stoll lane 1, Stoltz lane 2, Amador in lane 3. Stoltz with the lead after 2 phases. Grace winning both the first and second phase. But Stoll right there about a 10th and a half back. Amador .237 behind. They're across the finish line. We'll get those final results once they are official. Heat 723A is next. In lane number 1 from Tallahassee, Florida, it's Douglas McElarney. McElarney in lane number 1. Lane 2 from Valley City, North Dakota, it's Zach Anderson. Anderson in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Strongsville, Ohio, Natalie Benisek. Benisek in lane 3.
It is Grace Stoltz holding on to that lead through all 3 phases of Heat 710. That says that she will be moving on. Followed by Elise Amador, .18. And at .14 off the pace, it is Jensen Stahl.
So here we go in Heat 723. McElarney in lane 1, Anderson in lane 2, Benisek in lane 3. Both Anderson and Benisek, their first time here at the All-American. As they come down past the grandstand, here they come to the finish. We will stand by for those results. Next up is Heat 721B. Lane number 1, it's car 328 of Colton Payne. Payne in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 356 of Evan Ashley. Ashley in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 344 of Drew Schilling. Schilling in lane 3.
It is Douglas McElarney stepping out to take the lead in this first phase of Heat 723, followed by Natalie Benisek, .041, and bringing up the rear is .113 for Anderson.
Standing by for Heat 721. Another reminder to our champs. You have to stay in your lane all the way down the track and through run out until a complete stop, or you will be assessed a penalty. Please don't hit the cones. Please don't hit the guardrails. And definitely please don't hit the timing system. Or each other. Payne, Ashley, and Schilling coming down to the finish line. We're going to be taking a look at a potential lane line infraction on that one. While we wait for those results in 721, we'll get you ready for 724, Phase A, Lane 1 from New York City. It's Akil Grant. Grant in Lane 1. Lane 2 from Piedmont, California, Leif Erickson. Erickson in Lane 2. And in Lane 3 from Mansfield, Ohio, Juliana Van Harlingen. Harlingen in Lane 3. There was a lane line violation in that last heat, 721 Phase B on lane number 2. So Evan Ashley will be assessed a penalty, which is reflected in these results.
Leading the heat in 721, it is Colton Payne, followed by Evan Ashley with the penalty is still at .16, and then Drew Schilling at .308.
On track for Heat 724 Phase A. A battle of 3 All-American first-timers in Grant, Erickson, and Van Harlingen. Cross the halfway marker down towards the finish line. Here they come. And we will stand by for those final results. Time for the elimination phase in Heat 718. Lane number 1, it's car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 341 of Anna Cox. Cox in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 363 of Emberly Heminger. Heminger in lane 3.
Leading heat 724 at this point, it is Leif Erickson, followed up not too far behind is Julie Van Harlingen at .044, and at .16 it is Akil Grant.
Off and racing in 718C. We'll see if Samantha Hoagie can hold on to that lead in lane number 1. Both Anna and Emberly with about 0.2 to make up here. Emberly, Samantha, and Anna crossing the finish line now. We'll get results up next. 719 getting ready to go. This is Phase C for these champs. Lane number 1, car 330 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 324 of Anthony Williams. Williams in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 314 of Dominic Frassinelli. Frassinelli in lane number 3.
And it is Samantha Hoagie holding on to take heat 718. Samantha will be advancing on, followed by Emberly Heminger at .148, and in third it was .287 for Anna Cox.
.719 Phase C underway. Delacroix in lane 1, Williams lane 2, Frassinelli in lane 3. After 2 phases, Frassinelli leading the way. Only by .042 over Vincent and .172 over Anthony. Here they come down across the tunnel as they pass in front of the grandstands. There's the finish. And we'll stand by for results. Another reminder to our champs, keep your hands on the wheel through run out. You've got to stay in your lane all the way through, so hands on steering wheels all the way down until you come to a complete stop. Up next will be heat 722B, car 319 of Caleb Gilbert in lane 1. And car 305 of Bailey Carr in lane 2. And the pace car in lane number 3. So there's going to be a penalty assessed in 719 to lane number 2. Lane 2, a lane line violation there, so Anthony Williams will be assessed a penalty.
The results are in for heat 719, and it finds Dominic Frassinelli advancing on to the next round, followed up by Vincent Delacroix at .116, and with an assessed penalty at .316, it's Anthony Williams.
And now we'll move on to heat 722, Phase B. We see champs getting loaded in at the starting line now. Off and racing in 722B. It's Gilbert in lane 1, Carr in lane 2, and the pace car in lane number 3. Gilbert leads the heat through one phase, but only by 2 1/1000ths of a second. Close racing in phase 1, more close racing in phase 2. We'll get those results for you in a moment.
The data is in from heat 722. Caleb Gilbert out in front, followed by Bailey Carr at .028, and then followed by the Rodney Dangerfield of race cars, our pace car.
The pace car participated. We'll go with that. 720C on track right now. Charlotte clearly in lane number 2 with a lead in this heat after 2 phases. Annabella Brown in lane 1 was in second with .03 after 2. And then Baylor Flo with .059 to make up in lane number 3. So we'll see what happens once those results become official. .723B is next. In lane number 1, it's car 318 of Natalie Benisek. Benisek in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 311 of Douglas McElarney. McElarney in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 325 of Zach Anderson. Anderson in lane 3.
Results from heat 720 finds Baylor Flo advancing on to the next round. Followed very closely by 6/1000ths of a second. It is Charlotte Clearly, and bringing up the third position, Annabelle Brown, .018.
723B on track, featuring Benisek in lane 1, McElarney in lane 2, Anderson in lane number 3. McElarney took the first phase of this one by .041 over Benisek, and about a tenth or so back to Anderson. There's the finish line for that group. And we'll get ready for an elimination phase in heat 721. Lane number 1 belongs to car 344 of Drew Schilling. Lane number 2, it's car 328 of Colton Payne. Payne in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 356 of Evan Ashley. Ashley in lane 3.
Well, we have a lead change in heat number 723. Natalie Benisek out in front, followed closely by Douglas McElarney at .058, and at .168 back, it's Zach Anderson.
Off and racing in 721C, Schilling lane 1, Payne lane 2, Ashley lane 3. We'll see if Colton Payne can hang on to that lead of about a tenth and a half over Evan. About 3/10 back to Drew Schilling. Here they come over the tunnel, down to the finish. Love to hear the encouragement for these champs down at the finish line as they come across. We'll get you those results when they are official. 724B at the starting line next. Lane number 1, it's car 360 of Juliana Van Harlingen. Van Harlingen in lane 1. Lane 2, car 368 of Akil Grant. Grant in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 315 of Leif Erickson. Erickson, lane 3. And the line judge is looking at a potential penalty in that last heat you saw come down. There was a lane line violation on lane 1 in that last heat. That was Drew Schilling.
Results in from Heat 721. This elimination round goes to Colton Payne. He will be advancing. Followed up by Evan Ashley at .003 and off the pace by .26. Assessing the penalty, it is Drew Schilling.
So we'll get ready for Heat 724B. And then I'm told we'll see our first legacy heat of the day coming up in a moment. 724B on track. Van Harlingen in lane 1, Grant lane 2, Erickson in lane 3. Close racing in the first phase. Erickson took it by .044 over Van Harlingen. There is the finish as we stand by for some results.
It is Leif Erickson managing to hold on to his lead, followed closely by Juliana Van Harlingen at .103, and closely behind by Akil Grant at .107.
And we are going legacy racing here. This is heat number 4A, lane number 1 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Matthew Wells. Wells in lane 1. And from Altoona, Iowa, Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 3. Off and racing in our first Legacy Division heat of the day. You've got Wells in lane 1, Niggin in lane number 3. Time for a finish in our first Legacy phase of the day. And we'll stand by for some official results. We've got a bye run coming next.
Okay, in the first run on that legacy, heat number 4, it went to Charlie Niggin, followed by .047 off the pace was Matthew Wells.
We've got a bye run coming down right now. With the bye run complete, we'll go back to stock in Heat 7-5. This is Phase A. Lane 1 from Pottsville, Pennsylvania, it's Evan Becker. Becker in Lane 1. Lane number 2 from Centennial, Colorado, it's Ethan Elston. Elston in Lane 2. And in Lane number 3, it's Bowden Manning from Wadsworth, Ohio. Manning in Lane 3. On track for Becker, Elston, and Manning. All three making their first appearance here at the All-American. Champs from Pennsylvania, Colorado, and Ohio right here. Coming down for the finish. And we'll get some official results for you in a moment. .726A is next. Lane number 1 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in Lane 1. In Lane 2 from Kansas City, Missouri, it's Natalie Roth. Roth in Lane 2. And in Lane number 3 from Ruckersville, Virginia, it's Ava Morris. Morris in Lane 3.
Here we are with the results for Heat 725. Then steps in front, followed by Bowden Manning at Becker at .078. Bowden in third, Bowden Manning at .14.
.726 coming to the finish line there between Swinderman, Roth, and Morris. We'll get those official results in just a bit. .722C getting ready to go in elimination phase. In lane number 2, it's car 319 of Caleb Gilbert. And in lane number 3, it's car 305 of Bailey Carr. Pace car in lane number 1. Results from Heat 726. Ava Morris out in front after one phase by .062 over Natalie Roth. And Alicia Swinderman in third, .087 behind Ava. Off and racing in 722C now. Gilbert, lane 2, leading the heat after two phases by .028. Bailey still well within striking distance here. Can't say the same about the pace car. As they come down for a finish. 727A is next. Lane 1 from Warren, Ohio, Cameron Wyant. Wyant in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Clearwater, Florida, it's Ava David. David in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Avon, Indiana, Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 3. And our results in Heat 722, it's Bailey Carr moving on. Carr takes the heat by .136 over Caleb Gilbert. Ready to go in Heat 727A. Off and racing in Heat 727. This is Phase A. Wyatt lane 1, David lane 2, Taylor in lane 3. Champs from Ohio, Florida, and Indiana represented here. Here they come to the finish. And official results in just a moment. .723C will be next. Lane number 1 belongs to car 325 of Zach Anderson. Anderson in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 318 of Natalie Benesek. Benesek, lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 311 of Douglas McElharney. McElharney in lane 3. And as we wait for results in 727 and a start in 723, do want to remind you, make sure you go see our friends at Enduro Photo, the official photographers of the All-American Soapbox Derby. They've been taking pictures all week long. So if you want some great photos of your champs, head up to the information tent for more information from Enduro Photo. All the champ photos presented by state and federal communications. And I know the photos are going to be good because I know that here today we have the team photographer from one of the teams that I work with in the summer, the Lake County Captains. Tim Phillips is here taking pictures today. Good to see Tim out here at Derby Downs with the team from Enduro Photo.
The results are in from this first phase of Heat 727, and it finds Ava David out in front, followed by Shelton Taylor closely behind at .07, and off the mark by .152, it's Cameron Wyant.
Gates dropped in Heat 723C. Anderson lane 1, Benesek lane 2, McElharney in lane number 3. Benesek leads the heat after 2 phases, but only by .05 over McElharney. Anderson with .168 to make up. There's the finish line. And we'll see who will move on out of Heat 723. 728A in the blocks next. In lane number 1, from Perth Amboy, New Jersey, Stephen Dent. Dent in lane 1. In lane 2, from Morrisvale, West Virginia, Paxton Brake. Brake in lane 2. And in lane 3, from Montoursville, Pennsylvania, Grace Stoltz. Stoltz in lane 3. Our line judge is telling us there's going to be a lane line violation on lane number 2 in that last heat. That was Natalie Benisek. So we'll have those official results in a moment with that 1/10 of a second penalty assessed. A reminder to all of our champs, you can still get a lane line penalty after the finish line. You've got to remain in your lane all the way to a complete stop.
And here are the results from Heat 723. And it finds Douglas McElharney moving on to the next round. Off the pace by .2, it is Zach Anderson. And with that assessed penalty, Natalie Benisek clocks in at .104.
Ready to go now in Heat 728, Phase A. Dent in lane 1, Brake lane 2, Stoltz in lane 3. Two first-time All-American champs in this race in Dent and Stoltz. New Jersey, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania represented here as they come down towards the finish. And we'll watch for a clean run out while we get ready for Heat 724C. Lane 1, it's car 315 of Leif Erickson. Erickson in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 360 of Juliana Van Harlingen. Van Harlingen in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 368 of Akil Grant. Grant in lane 3.
That first phase of Heat 728 goes to Paxton Brake, followed closely behind by Stephen Dent at .07, and in third, Grace Stoltz with .068.
Set to go in Heat 724C. We're about to figure out who moves on to the next round. Erickson in lane 1 leads the heat through 2 phases. About a 1/10 of the second to the good over Van Harlingen and Grant. But still plenty of movement can happen here in this third phase as they come down towards the finish line. As they come across, we'll get those official results momentarily. And it looks like we're going to have a lane line violation on lane number 2 once again. That was Juliana in that last heat, so we will assess that lane line violation. Heat 729 up next. This is Phase A, Lane 1 from Little Valley, New York. It's Brantley Steinbar. Steinbar in Lane 1. Lane number 2 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in Lane 2. And in Lane 3 from St. Clairsville, Ohio, it's Zachary Sally. Sally in Lane 3. While we wait for this next run down the hill, thanks to our friends at AAA Ohio Auto Club. Proud sponsor of today's local challenge. AAA Ohio Auto Club provides all your automotive needs, including discounts, travel planning tools, roadside assistance, and more. And we thank them for their sponsorship of the local challenge.
Okay, here are the results from 7-2-4, and it finds Leif Erikson out in front, and he will be advancing. Followed by Juliana Harlington at .084, and in third, .171 belongs to Akil Grant.
Ready to go now in heat 7-2-9. Here they come. Steinbar lane 1, Van Wart lane 2, Sally in lane 3. Past the halfway marker they come now, across the tunnel and into the grandstand area. Here come these three champs, and we'll get those official results in a moment. A reminder to everybody along the track, we're not going to guess who wins a phase or a heat, because most of the time we guess wrong historically. We're going to wait for the official results. That way we don't tell you something that's wrong or tell you something that doesn't include a penalty that gets assessed after the finish line. We're going Legacy Racing next. This will be Heat 4B, lane number 1. It's car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 809 of Matthew Wells. Wells in lane 3.
Results are in for Heat 729, and it is Pierce Van Wart stepping out and grabbing this first phase, followed by Zachary Sally at .1 and .163. It is Branton Steinbar.
Champs getting loaded in now for Legacy competition. Here we go. .4B on track. It's Niggin in lane 1, Wells in lane 3. Niggin leads the heat after one phase by .047. We're about to find out who's moving on to the next round and who moves into the challengers bracket in this double elimination competition. There is the finish line. We'll have official results here in just a moment. Our results in Heat 4 for the Legacy, it is Charlie Niggin moving on, winning the heat by .082 over Matthew Wells. So Wells will move over to the Challengers bracket as Niggin wins the heat. Heat number 5A underway right now. Lane number 1 from Villa Rica, Georgia, it's Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Marcus Wells. Wells in lane 3. Getting ready for Heat 725B in our local stock challenge. Lane 1 belongs to car 332 of Bowden Manning. Manning in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 307 of Evan Becker. Becker in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 337 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 3.
Results are in for Heat 5, and it goes to Alexa Guerin. Alexa Guerin, followed up by Marcus Wells at .033.
Well past halfway in 725B, Ethan Elston was your leader in that heat after one phase. We'll see how things shake out once we get those results.
This second phase of Heat 725 coming in, and it finds Evan Becker out in front, followed closely by Ethan Elston off the mark by 0.45 and .167 for Bowden Manning.
Next up, it'll be Legacy Heat 6A. Lane number 1 from Des Moines, Iowa, it's Hannah Olson. Olson in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 805 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane number 3. This Legacy division, some of our most experienced champs, some of our most advanced cars, makes for a whole lot of fun. Off and racing now in Heat 6A for the Legacy. Olson lane 1, Driggers lane 3. Here they come down for a finish. And close racing as you expect in this Legacy division. We'll stand by for results.
Results are in for Heat 6, and it finds Aiden Driggers. Aiden Driggers out front, followed by Hannah Olson, .025.
726B on track right now. Ava Morris in lane 1, Alicia Swinderman in lane 2, and Natalie Roth in lane 3. They're coming to the finish. A good close phase there. We'll see if Ava can hold the lead in that heat. And we'll get ready for heat 727B. Lane 1, car 320 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. In lane 2, car 346 of Cameron Wyant. Wyant in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 312 of Ava David. David in lane 3.
The second stage of Heat 726 goes out to Ava Morris. She was able to hold on to that lead, followed closely by her competitors at .048, Natalie Roth, and at 0.78, it is Alicia Swinderman.
Champs being loaded in Heat 727B. While we wait for this heat, thank you to FirstEnergy, our title sponsor at the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. FirstEnergy is a leading energy supplier and one of the largest providers of renewable energy in the region. FirstEnergy is headquartered right here in Akron, Ohio, and we're very thankful for their support. Along with the support of the City of Akron. For more than 80 years, the City of Akron has been host to the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Big thank you to Mayor Dan Horrigan for all of his support. And thank you to Summit County and County Executive Eileen Shapiro for their support of the 84th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. GPD Group is a team of over 500 people, from architects to designers to engineers to planners and everything in between. Located in Akron, GPD Group offers a wide range of services and a full-service team to streamline projects. Thank you to GPD Group. Looks like we're back situated at the starting line. Ready to go now in Heat 727. Off and racing in 727B. Taylor lane 1, Wyant lane 2, David lane 3. It was Ava David out front by .07 seconds after one phase. These champs getting ready for a finish. And we'll see if Ava can hold on to that lead. And we'll get you some results here in just a moment. We'll be going legacy racing next.
This second phase of Heat 727 goes to Ava David, followed very closely behind by Shelton Taylor at .099, and at third .124, it is Cameron Wyant. Cameron Wyant.
Heat 7A is next for the Legacy Division. Lane number 1 from Lake Forest, California, Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 1, and in lane number 3 from Terrytown, Georgia, it's Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 3. These champs on track. Past the halfway marker now. Here they come. We heard Cash's cheering section down here. We know Andrew's got one too. Here they are at the finish. And we will stand by for results.
And results from Heat 7 show Andrew Knapp out in front, followed by Cash Driggers at .043.
.728B is next. In lane number 1, it's car 351 of Grace Stoltz. Stoltz lane 1. Lane 2, car 367 of Stephen Dent. Dent in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 323 of Paxton Brake. Brake in lane 3. Brake your leader in the heat after one phase. About 7/100ths back to both Stephen and Grace, so still plenty of time for movement in that one. We'll have your results in a moment. 7:29, this is phase B. Lane number 1, car 358 of Zachary Sally. Sally in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 321 of Brantley Steinbar. Steinbar in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 331 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3.
It is Grace Stoltz taking phase number 2 for Heat 728. Close race, though. It is Grace Stoltz at .053 and Stephen Dent at .146.
Off and racing in Heat 729B, Sally in lane 1, Steinbar in lane 2, Van Wart in lane 3. Van Wart led the heat after one phase. And as they come to the finish line, we'll find out in a moment who is moving on. Legacy Racing next, Heat 6B. Lane number 1. It's car 805 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 802 of Hannah Olson. Olson in lane 3.
Let's take a look at Heat 729. It is Pierce Van Wart stepping out and taking the lead at this point, followed behind by Brantley Steinbar at .122 and at .154 off the pace. It's Zachary Sally.
Getting set for Legacy Racing now. Underway here, Heat 6B elimination phase for Olsen and Aiden Driggers. Aiden leads the Heat through one. Hannah with .025 to close the gap. As they cross the tunnel now, down in front of the grandstand, here is the finish line. And we'll stand by for results and see who wins the heat and who is headed to the challengers bracket. Heat 5B coming up next for Legacy. Lane 1, it's car 808 of Marcus Wells. Wells in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3. Results in Legacy Heat 6. It is Aiden Driggers moving on. Aiden takes the win in the heat by .025 over Hannah Olsen. So Aiden advances and Hannah moves to the challengers bracket. Off and racing in 5B. It's an elimination phase here. Wells in lane 1, Guerin in lane 3. Guerin took phase 1 by about 3/100ths of a second. But we'll see if Marcus can come back or if it will be Alexa moving on. There's the finish line. We'll stand by for results. It'll be 726C up next. Lane 1 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 334 of Natalie Roth. Roth in lane 2. Check that. Roth in lane 1, Swinderman lane 3. My apologies. And Ava Morris in car 352 in lane number 2. So it's Roth in 1. Morris in 2, and Swinderman in lane 3. Standing by to give you final results in Heat 5 of the Legacy. Working on the advancement math there. So we're going to go back to some stock challenge racing for a little bit here. 726C is at the starting line right now. It's Roth in lane 1, Morris in lane 2, and Swinderman in lane 3. All set for 726C. This is an elimination phase. Roth in lane 1, Morris in 2, Swinderman in 3. Ava Morris leading this heat after 2 phases. Roth and Swinderman both less than 1/10 of a second behind. So a good close heat here between these 3 champs. And there is the finish line. We stand by for the official results in 726. 727C is up next. Lane number 1, it's car 312 of Ava David. David in lane 1. Lane 2, car 320 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 346 of Cameron Wyant. Wyant in lane 3.
Advancing from Heat 726, it is Ava Morris. Ava Morris. Off the pace by .125, it is Natalie Roth. And bringing up the rear, it is .155 for Swinderman.
Off and racing in 727C. David in lane 1, Taylor in lane 2, Wyant in lane 3. Ava David a little under 1/10 to the good after 2 phases. So we'll see if Ava can hang on or if it's going to be Cameron or Shelton moving on. Those champs across the finish line. 728C is next. Lane 1, car 323, it's Paxton Brake. Brake in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 351 of Grace Stoltz. Stoltz in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 367 of Stephen Dent. Dent in lane 3.
And here are the results for Heat 727 in stock championship or stock competition. It is Ava David. Ava David moving on to the next round. Close match, though. Shelton Taylor off by 0.13 and 1.173 for Wyant.
That's 728 on track there. That was Brake in lane 1, Stoltz lane 2, Dent in lane 3. We'll see who takes that heat. Brake had a lead of about 0.5. Meanwhile, heat 729C getting loaded in. Lane 1, car 331, it's Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 1. Lane 2, car 358 of Zachary Sally. Sally in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 321 of Brantley Steinbar. Steinbar in lane 3.
And the results in for heat 728. Running out of lane 1, it was Paxton Brake advancing. Followed by Grace Stoltz, .104. And in third, .319 for Stephen Dent.
Halfway home in 729C. Van Wart in lane 1 had the lead in this phase by a little over a tenth of a second. And we'll see how that result changes things as they cross the finish line. 725C is next. Lane 1, it's car 337 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 332 of Bowden Manning. Manning in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 307 of Evan Becker. Becker in lane 3.
Results in for heat 729. And it is Pierce Van Wart advancing on to the next round. And off the point by .018, it is Zachary Sally. Next up, it was .126 for Steinbar.
Ready to go in heat 725C. And they are off and racing. Elston in lane 1, Manning in 2, Becker in 3. Becker leads the way after 2 phases. Elston right there, about 4/100ths of a second behind. Manning behind by about a tenth and a half as they cross the finish line. We'll get those official results here in just a moment. .730A will be next. Lane number 1 from Greensboro, North Carolina, Blake Gardner. Gardner in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Erie, Pennsylvania, it's Cooper Wall. Wall in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Oviedo, Florida, Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 3.
Advancing to the next round in heat 725, it is Ethan Elston. Ethan Elston. Off by a margin of .06, it is Evan Becker. Becker. And Bowden Manning in third at .128.
Off and racing in heat 730, phase A. Gardner in 1, Wall in 2, and Hoagie in lane 3. Champs from North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Florida represented here. Second round action in our AAA local stock challenge. And very close as they hit the line. 731A is next. Lane 1 from Denver, North Carolina, Baylor Flo. Flo in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Colton Payne. Payne in lane 2. And in lane number 3, from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Dominic Frassinelli. Frassinelli in lane 3.
Results are in for heat 7-3-0 in this first phase. It goes to Blake Gardner. Blake Gardner off the mark by .015, Cooper Wall and Samantha Hoagie in third at .023 in this first phase of heat 7-3-0.
Getting ready to go now for 731A. It'll be Baylor Flow in lane 1, Colton Payne in lane 2, and Dominic Frastinelli in lane number 3. And during that hold, I've got to send a shout out. Ohio's Best Lemonade brought us up some more lemonade. So thank you for that. If you're hungry today, make sure you check out our food vendors down there. Ohio's Best Lemonade is here. I think I see Papa John's down there as well. We appreciate all of their support here at the Derby. Off and racing in 731A. Flow lane 1, Payne lane 2, Frassinelli in lane 3. A future NBA basketball player against a future plumber against maybe a future racer or builder in this one. Here they come to the finish. And we'll stand by for those results. 732A is next in our second round of the AAA Local Stock Challenge. Lane number 1 from Piedmont, California, Leif Erickson. Erickson in lane 1. In lane 2 from Memphis, Tennessee, Bailey Carr. Carr in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Tallahassee, Florida, Douglas McElharney. McElharney in lane 3. And we have those results in 731A. It is Baylor Flow leading the way by 0.02 seconds over Dominic Frassinelli. Colton Payne third in that phase by 0.034. So Baylor Flow will take a lead into phase number 2. Heat 732A is on track. Erickson, lane 1. Carr, lane 2. McElharney in lane number 3. Here come these champs from California, Tennessee, and Florida in for a finish. Results on that one in a moment. 730B is next. Lane 1 belongs to car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 1. Lane 2, car 347 of Blake Gardner. Gardner, lane 2. And lane 3, car 353 of Cooper Wall. Wall in lane 3.
All right. We have for Heat 732, and it's Douglas McElharney stepping up to take the lead of this heat so far, followed very closely by 1/1000th of a second, 0.001 to be exact, is Bailey Carr. And in third, 0.086 off the mark, it's Leif Erickson.
730B on track. It's Hoagie in lane 1. Gardner lane 2 and Wall in lane 3. Gardner leading the heat after one phase. Only about 1/100th of a second separating Blake from Cooper. And about 2/100ths back to Samantha Hoagie as they cross the line. We'll get those results.
It is Samantha Hoagie stepping up to take the lead in this second phase of Heat 730, followed closely at .008 off the mark. It's Blake Gardner and Cooper Wall in the third at .044.
As we wait for some more cars in the starting gate, thanks to some more of our sponsors, AUI Insurance, helping small businesses and individuals in Ohio find the right insurance and benefit plans, manage plan enrollment, and reduce compliance risks. And thanks to AUI for their sponsorship of yesterday's Rally Challenge. Thank you also to Accenture, a consulting and professional services company providing services in strategy, consulting, digital, technology, and operations. They were our presenting sponsor of our corporate challenge a little bit earlier in the summer. The Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau extends you a warm welcome to Akron, Ohio. Not only will you have a great time here, but the Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau will showcase all that Akron and Summit County have to offer. TaylorMade Jewelry is the official jeweler and ring provider of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. A big thank you to TaylorMade Jewelry for providing the championship rings for the 84th FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Also, thanks to the University of Akron College of Engineering for their support, and thank you to the university for hosting us on Monday for opening ceremonies and Rock the Wreck. Montrose Auto Group is the official return vehicle partner of the Soapbox Derby. The Montrose Auto Group features 13 brands at 13 locations. Thank you to the Montrose Auto Group. On Saturday, our champions will be competing for $36,000 in the Bill Speak Scholarship Fund. Bill was a dedicated race director and loved the Soapbox Derby and the kids. J.W. Didado Electric, the official electrical company of the Soapbox Derby. The electrical upgrades throughout the track are provided by our friends at J.W. Didado. Huntington Bank is the official partner of the Soapbox Derby. For all your banking needs, visit a local Huntington Bank branch today. We're thankful for local support from Burns McDonnell, a full-service engineering, architecture, construction, and environmental consulting firm. We're also grateful to these sponsors who support the Derby: Siebert Keck, SC Fastening, Solid Works, Malco, Thompson Electric, Rotzel and Andrus, Premier Bank, Fallsway, State and Federal Communications, Springside Racket Club, Miller Weldmaster, the Townsend Corporation, Tamarios, Brennan Manna Diamond, Lighter Than Air, Full Spectrum Marketing, Gojo, Incept Marketing, Lepos, and Welty.
Jason, can you tell me where you can get a good cup of lemonade?
I do believe that Ohio's Best Lemonade stand right there.
It's Ohio's best lemonade.
And as we get close to lunchtime here, don't forget about our friends at Papa John's and Ohio's Best Lemonade. Some great food there, and of course the delicious Ohio's Best Lemonade. $731B is up next. Lane number 1, car 314 of Dominic Frassinelli. Frassinelli in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 309 of Baylor Flo. Flo in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 328 of Colton Payne. Payne in lane 3. And these champs off and racing. Frassinelli in 1, Flo in 2, Payne in 3. So far it's Flo out front, but only by 2/100ths. Colton Payne right there too, 0.034 behind. So a close heat between these three as they come across. And we stand by for results.
Let's take a look at 731's stats so far in this second phase. It is Dominic Frassinelli out in front, followed by Baylor Flo, .021, and in third, .095 for Colton Payne.
732B is next. Lane number 1, car 311 of Douglas McElharney. McElharney in lane 1. Lane 2, in car 315, it's Leif Erickson. Erickson, lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 305 of Bailey Carr. Carr in lane 3. Off and racing, 732, Phase B. McElharney leading by 1/1000th of a second after one phase. Closest margin you can get on this timing system before it's a dead heat. So we'll see if Douglas can hold on or if it's Bailey or Leaf taking the lead.
Heat 732, it is a lead change. Bailey Carr now out in front during this second phase of Heat 732, followed closely by Douglas McIlerney at .112, and Leif Erickson not far behind at .128.
730C is next. Lane 1, car 353 of Cooper Wall. Wall in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 347 of Blake Gardner. Gardner in lane 3. These champs on track. 8/1000ths of a second separate your leader, Samantha, from second place, Blake, in this heat after 2 phases. Cooper still right there, 44/1000ths behind. Plenty of time to make that up. Let's see how they do as they come down past halfway. They cross over that tunnel. And here they come to the finish line. And we'll stand by for those results.
It was Samantha Hoagie managing to hold on to her lead throughout all 3 phases of this heat 730, followed closely by Cooper Wall at .058, and in third at .127 it was Blake Gardner.
Back to Legacy Racing here in Heat 8A. Lane number 1, it's car 801 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 3. Set to go now in Heat 8A, off and racing. Johnson in lane 1, Niggin in lane 3. As these two champs come across the finish line. Results in a moment. Results in Heat 8A, it was Charlie Niggin in lane 3 winning the phase. 6/100ths of a second back to Ronan Johnson. 731C is next, elimination phase in our local stock challenge. Lane 1, car 328 of Colton Payne. Payne lane 1. Lane 2, it's Dominic Frassinelli. Frassinelli lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 309 of Baylor Flo. Flo in lane 3. Coming down for a finish in 731C, it was Frassinelli leading that heat after 2 phases. And we'll see if that lead holds. 732C is next. Lane number 1 belongs to car 305 of Bailey Carr. Carr in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 311 of Douglas McElharney. McElharney in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 315 of Leif Erickson. Erickson in lane 3.
And it was Dominic Frassinelli managing to hold on to his lead throughout Heat 731. He will be advancing, followed closely by Colton Payne at .09 and Baylor Flo at .11.
.732C on track. Lane 1, it's Bailey Carr with the lead in this heat by .112 over Douglas in lane 2. And then you've got Leaf in lane 3, .128 behind. Here they come to the finish. And we'll stand by for those results.
It is Bailey Carr managing to hold on to the lead through all 3 phases of Heat 732. So Bailey will be advancing on. The margin behind was .064 for Leif Erickson and .078 for Douglas.
Back to Legacy, Heat 7A is next. Lane 1, car 804 of Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 806, easy for me to say, Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 3. All set for 7A of the Legacy. Nap lane 1, Driggers in lane 3. These champs from California and Georgia. Quickly down the hill here. And there's the finish line. We'll get you those official times in a moment. And those results in Heat 7A, it was Andrew Knapp taking the phase by .025 over Cash Driggers. Heat 8B in the Legacy Division getting ready to go. Lane number 1, it's going to be car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 801 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. Off and racing. It's Heat 8B between Niggin and Johnson. Niggin led the heat through one phase by 6/100ths. And they'll cross the finish line. We'll see who advances and who moves to the challengers bracket. And advancing on, it will be Ronan Johnson. The phase times from 8B, Ronan took the phase by .081, and that leaves us with an aggregate of .021 for the winner in that heat, Ronan Johnson. Charlie Niggin moving on to the challengers bracket. Heat 7B of the Legacy Division coming up next. Lane number 1, it's car 806 of Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 804 of Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 3. Okay, here are our results from some of the earlier action in Legacy. This is going to be Heat 5B. I'll give you the phase result first, then I'll give you the overall result. We'll give you both of them. Heat 5A was won by Alexa Guerin by .033 over Marcus Wells. 5B was also won by Alexa Guerin by .028 over Marcus, meaning that Alexa Guerin wins the heat and advances. Marcus Wells moves to the challengers bracket. Now, here is Heat 6. In Phase A, it was Aiden Driggers over Hannah Olson by .025 seconds. In Phase 6B, it was Hannah Olson winning by .003. That means that Aiden Driggers wins the heat by .022 over Hannah. So Aiden advances, Hannah moves to the challengers bracket. .7B getting ready to roll now. Off and racing in Heat 7B. It's Driggers in lane 1, Knapp in lane 3. Knapp took that first phase by .025. Here they come down for a finish. And we will stand by for those final results. Moving back to stock coming up, lane number 1 in Heat 733A. .733A, lane 1 from Ruckersville, Virginia. It's Ava Morris. Morris in lane 1. Lane 2 from Clearwater, Florida, it's Ava David. David in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Centennial, Colorado, it's Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 3. Results of Heat 7B. Winning the phase was Cash Driggers in lane 1 by .048 over Andrew Knapp. And that means that Cash Driggers wins the heat by .023 over Andrew. Cash advances. Andrew moves on to the challengers bracket. We're off and racing in 733A. Morris in lane 1, David lane 2, Elston in lane 3. Third round action in our local stock challenge coming down the hill right now. Over the tunnel past the grandstand. Here they come for a finish. And we'll get those official results in a moment. Meanwhile, loading in a two-car affair in the local stock challenge. This is Heat 734A. Lane 1 from Morrisvale, West Virginia is Paxton Brake. Brake in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3.
All right. We have some exciting news here with Heat 733. We have a dead heat between Ava Morris and Ava David. And I would say second place, wouldn't you? At .021 is Ethan Elston.
Here comes Heat 734, Phase A. Brake in lane 1, Van Wart in lane 3. So after that dead phase a moment ago, let's see if Brake and Van Wart can follow that one up. We'll cross the finish line there. .735A is next. Lane 1 from Memphis, Tennessee. It's Bailey Carr. Carr in lane 1. Lane 2 from Oviedo, Florida. It's car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Dominic Frassinelli. Frassinelli in lane 3.
Information just coming in from Heat 734, and it finds Paxton Brake out in front, followed by a very close margin of .002 is Pierce Van Wart.
So a dead phase followed by a 2/1000ths of a second phase. Some very exciting racing going on right here. 735 looking set and ready to go. Car in lane 1 Hoagie in lane 2, Frassinelli in lane 3. Champs from Tennessee, Florida, and Kentucky on their way down in round number 3. Several cheering sections down here at the finish line, too, as they come across. And we'll wait for those official results.
The first phase of Heat 735 goes to Samantha Hoagie, followed by Bailey Carr at .9093, and in third, Dominic Fasinelli, .018 in this first phase of Heat 735.
.733B on the way next. Lane 1, it'll be car 337 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 352 of Ava Morris. Morris in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 312 of Ava David. David in lane 3. All set to go here for Heat 733B. Lane 1, car 337 of Ethan Elston. Lane 2, it's car 352 of Ava Morris. And in lane 3, it's car 312 of Ava David. Here they come. Two cars in a dead phase in phase A of this one. The two Avas dead even through one phase. Here they come. Ethan Elston still within striking distance as well. .021 back. Here is the finish line. And we'll get those results as these stock champs giving our photo finish camera a workout here this afternoon. Time for an elimination phase in Heat 734. Two-car affair here. Lane number 1 belongs to car 331 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 323 of Paxton Brake. Brake in lane 3.
The second phase action in Heat 733 finds Ethan Elston stepping out front with his competitors closely behind. Morris at .017 and Ava David .018.
Lou, take a look at those phase results between the two Avas, the two that had the dead phase in the first phase.
That's right.
They're only separated by a 1/1000th in the second phase.
That's amazing.
Incredible competition in that one. Let's go to Heat 734 now. This is an elimination phase for these champs. Van Wart in lane 1, Brake lane 2. Brake in the lead, but only by .002 seconds after one phase. So anybody's heat as they come down for a finish. There they cross. And we'll get those results here in just a moment. Heat 735 at the starting line now. This is phase B, lane 1. It's car 314 of Dominic Frassinelli. Frassinelli in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 305 of Bailey Carr. Carr in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 3.
Results from Heat 734. It is Paxton Brake. Or no, it is Pierce Van Wart moving ahead by a margin of .037 over Paxton Brake. Pierce Van Wart will advance to the next round.
All set now for Heat 735. Phase B, Frassinelli in lane 1, Carr in lane 2, Hoagie in lane 3. Hoagie holding a lead after one phase by .018 over Frassinelli. Carr still right there, .093 back. And there is the finish line. And we'll get you those results in a moment.
It is Samantha Hoagie managing to hold on to her lead through the second phase of Heat 735, followed closely by Dominic Frassinelli at .056, and clocking in at .161 is Bailey Carr. Bailey Carr.
Up next, in our Legacy division. It's Heat 12A, a battle of twin brothers in this heat. Lane 1 belongs to car 809 of Matthew Wells. Matthew Wells in lane 1. And in lane number 3, car 808 of Marcus Wells. Marcus Wells in lane 3. So the battle of the brothers in the challengers bracket here. And they are off and racing. The Wells family showdown. Matthew in lane 1, Marcus lane number 3. Past the halfway marker, here they come. Down toward the finish. And we'll get those official results here in just a moment in our battle of the brothers. And we do have those results in Heat 12A. Winning the phase is Marcus Wells by .022 over Matthew. So we'll send them back to the top for phase B. We'll go back to stock racing here. 733C will be next to load. Lane 1, it's car 312 of Ava David. David in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 337 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 352 of Ava Morris. Morris in lane 3. So David, Elston, and Morris getting loaded in at the starting line. And we're off and racing in 733C. Elimination phase racing here. David lane 1, Elston lane 2, Morris in lane 3. Elston leads the heat after 2 phases, but Morris and David are right there, less than 2/100ths of a second back. And there's the finish line.
This very exciting heat goes to Ava David. Ava David, in the 312 car, she will be advancing on, followed up closely by Ava Morris, .029, and in third, .067, it's Ethan Elston.
Heat 15A is next for Legacy. Lane number 1, it's car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. And lane number 3, it's car 805 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 3. This is a winner's bracket matchup here. And they are off and racing. Guerin lane 1, Driggers lane 3. Two very experienced champs here. Coming down past the grandstand area, here is the finish. We'll have those results for you in a second. Meanwhile, we'll get you ready for Heat 16A. Lane 1, it'll be Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. And in lane 3, it'll be Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 3. And your results in Heat 15A, winning the phase, is Alexa Guerin. Guerin wins by 3/1000ths of a second over Aiden Driggers. Off and racing in Heat 16A. Johnson lane 1, Cash Driggers in lane 3. Those champs pass the tunnel down in front of the grandstands and under the bridge to the finish. Phase results in a moment. We'll go to an elimination phase in Heat 735. Lane 1, it's car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 314 of Dominic Frassinelli. Frassinelli in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 305 of Bailey Carr. Carr in lane 3. And these champs are off and racing. Hoagie in lane 1 leads the heat through 2 phases. Dominic in lane 2 in second, .056 behind. And it's Bailey Carr in third, .161 back. Champs coming in for the finish. And And we'll see how that affects things here in a moment.
Heat 735 goes to Samantha Hoagie. She stayed out in front throughout all three phases of this heat, and it is followed up by Dominic Fasinelli at .084, and at .228, it's Bailey Carr.
In the Legacy Division, this is Heat 13, lane number 1. It's Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 3. So Niggin and Knapp underway in the challengers bracket. Champs from Iowa and California on track here. And there's the finish. We'll get you times in just a moment. And we'll have phase 2 of the Battle of the Brothers coming up. Lane 1, car 808 of Marcus Wells. And lane 3 will be car 809 of Matthew Wells. This will be Heat 12, phase B coming up next. Results in Heat 13A. Winning the phase was Andrew Knapp. Knapp a winner by .003 over Charlie Niggin. Standing by for 12B here. On track for 12B. It's our Wells family showdown. Marcus in lane 1, Matthew in lane 3. Marcus took phase A by .022 over Matthew. About to find out who is moving on. Very close again. We'll stand by for official results. Here are our results from Heat 12B. The phase winner was Matthew Wells by .017. But that means that Marcus Wells will advance by .005. So Marcus moves on in the challengers bracket, and Matthew Wells is eliminated. Heat 16B is next. Lane number 1, car 806 of Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 801 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. Driggers and Johnson off and racing. In phase 1, it was Driggers by .048. They swap wheels, they swap lanes. Let's see what happens here. As they come across the finish line, stand by for a result. Here are the results. Winning phase B was Ronan Johnson by .037. But moving on is Cash Driggers by .011. So Cash advances and Ronan moves to the challengers bracket. .15B is next. Lane 1, car 805 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers, lane 1. And lane 3, car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3. Underway in Heat 15B. It's Driggers in lane 1. It's Guerin in lane 3. Guerin had a 3/1000ths of a second edge after phase 1. And we'll get those results here in a moment. Results for Heat 15B. We'll give you the phase results first. Phase B goes to Alexa Guerin by .01 seconds, and that means that Guerin also wins the heat by .013. So Guerin will advance, and Aiden Driggers moving to the challengers bracket. The Soapbox Derby would like to thank the following foundations for their overall support of the Derby: the AAA Advised Fund of the Tuscarawas County Community Foundation, the Akron Community Foundation, the Barberton Community Foundation, the Glen R. and Alice V. Bogus Memorial Foundation, the Bowman Foundation, Bridgestone America's Trust Fund, the Kenneth L. Calhoun Charitable Trust, KeyBank Trustee, the Community Development Block Grant of Summit County, Barberton, and Cuyahoga Falls, the Mary S. and David C. Corbin Foundation, FirstEnergy Foundation, GAR Foundation, the GPD Employees Foundation, the Huntington Charitable Grant Program, the Leonard Family Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the John A. McAlonen Fund of Akron Community Foundation, Laura R. and Lucian Q. Moffitt Foundation, R.C. Musson and Catherine M. Musson Charitable Foundation, the Ohio Hotel and Lodging Association Destination Marketing Fund, the Pinkerton Foundation, the Reed Family Fund of Akron Community Foundation, the Robert O. and Anna Mae Orr Family Foundation, the Charles E. and Mabel M. Ritchie Memorial Foundation, the Sisler McFawn Foundation, the Lloyd L. and Lewis K. Smith Foundation, the Synthomer Foundation, Timken Company, and the Welty Family Foundation. And I've got to say, one of the questions I get the most often when I tell people that I'm the race announcer for the All-American Soapbox Derby is, especially for people that are here in the Akron area, man, I wish I could go down the hill at Derby Downs. Yeah. Well, you can. It.
I've got Avery here. She's going to help do some wrangling for you. Cool. I'm going to have Jason teach you. He's been doing it for 2 days on his own. All right. No. Avery, Jason. Hi, Avery. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. This is what you're focusing on here. Yeah, let's still keep her on the headset. Yeah. You're probably sick of it. I'll feed you info. Yeah. All right. So it'll be more yelling from me, a little bit from Avery. That's something from the announcer. So
We're going for a legacy heat here. This is going to be 13B. Lane number 1, car 804 of Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 3. Off and racing in 13B. Knapp lane 1, Niggin lane 3. It was Andrew Knapp taking phase A of this heat by .003. So we'll see what these champs can do here in phase B. And they come down to the finish. We'll get those official results in a moment. Heat 14A getting loaded up next. In lane number 1, it's car 808 of Marcus Wells. Wells in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 802 of Hannah Olson. Olson in lane 3. Okay, here are the results for Heat 13. Winning phase B, it was Charlie Niggin by .044. And that means that Charlie wins the heat by .041. So Charlie will move on, and Andrew is eliminated. On the track now in Heat 14A. Wells in lane 1, Olson in lane 3. Marcus Wells, the winner of our Battle of the Brothers a little while ago. We'll see if he can continue or if Olson will be moving on. Those official results once we have them. Heat 736A getting loaded in right now. Lane number 1 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane number 1. In lane number 2 from Oviedo, Florida, Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Clearwater, Florida, it's Ava David. David in lane 3. This is our championship heat. in the local stock challenge. Looks like we're just about ready for a start. And we are on the hill for our championship heat in the local stock challenge. Van Ward in lane 1, Hoagie in lane 2, David in lane 3. One champ from Nebraska, 2 champs from Florida. Battling it out for the title here. Down for the finish in phase A of this one. Let's get you some results meanwhile in Heat 14A. It was Hannah Olson taking that phase by 0.08 seconds over Marcus Wells. And some results in phase A of our championship heat for the local stock challenge. It is Ava David out front after one phase by 0.055 over Samantha Hoagie and 0.098 over Pierce Van Ward. Getting ready now for Heat 14B. Lane number 1 will be car 802 of Hannah Olson. Olson in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 808 of Marcus Wells. Wells in lane 3. Off and racing in Heat 14B. Olson in lane 1, Wells lane 3. Olson took the first phase by .08 seconds. So we'll see if Hannah can hold on here as they come down for the finish. And we'll get those results in a moment. Now it's time for Phase B of our championship heat in the local stock challenge. Lane 1, car 312 of Ava David. David in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 331 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 3. We have our results from Heat 14 of the Legacy. Taking Phase 14B was Marcus Wells by .105 seconds. And that means that Marcus takes the heat by .025 over Hannah Olson. So Wells moves on, and Hannah Olson is eliminated. We do remind everybody after the conclusion of our Legacy and Local Stock Challenge, we'll have an intermission, then it's going to be time to go All-Star Racing. Some of our top rally champs from across the country in action a little bit later on this afternoon. And of course, from 5 to 8 tonight will be the Topside Show. Champs loaded in now for Phase B of our championship heat. Local Stock Challenge is underway. It's David lane 1, Van Wart in lane 2, Hoagie in lane 3. David took the win in Phase A, but both Samantha and Pierce less than 1/10 of a second behind. And they're in for a finish. We'll see how that phase affects things as they get ready to head back to the top of the hill. results in our championship heat phase B for the local stock challenge. Through 2 phases, it's Ava David leading the way, but only by 3/1000ths of a second over Samantha Hoagie. Pierce Van Wart in third, 0.18 behind. So Ava David takes the lead into the final phase of our local stock challenge championship. We've got cars loading in at the starting line. Final phase of our championship heat for the AAA Local Stock Challenge. Lane number 1, it'll be car 313 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 312 of Ava David. David in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 331 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. Champs look like they're just about set. Off and racing for a championship. Hoagie in lane 1, David in lane 2, Van Wart lane 3. Through 2 phases, David holding a lead, but only by 3/1000ths of a second. Van Wart 0.18 behind. So this last phase should decide it. There's the finish line. And we'll stand by for some championship results. Here are the results in the championship heat of the AAA Local Stock Challenge. Third place goes to Pierce Van Wart. Second place goes to Ava David. And that means your AAA Local Stock Challenge champion is Samantha Hoagie. The final interval is .023 separating Samantha and Ava, and it was .155 back to Pierce. Congratulations, Samantha Hoagie, your 2022 AAA Local Stock Challenge champion. At this time, we need all of our All-Stars to head to topside. Head to the gate at this time. All of our All-Star competitors to the gate, unless you're still racing Legacy. 17A on track right now. Lane number 1, it's car 807 of Charlie Niggin. And in lane 3, it's car 805 of Aiden Driggers. Those 2 champs across the line. As we wait for the results there. And we have the results. Heat 17A. Winning the phase is Aiden Driggers. Driggers wins the phase by .124 over Charlie Niggin. So we'll send them back up for phase B. Meanwhile, Heat 18A getting ready to go. Lane number 1 belongs to car 808 of Marcus Wells. We're off and racing in Heat 18A. It's Wells lane 1, Johnson in lane 3. They crossed the finish line. Line judges assessing a penalty to lane 1. Standing by. Okay, no penalties in that one, so winning the phase in 18A was Ronan Johnson. Johnson wins the phase by .032 over Marcus Wells. Again, no penalties assessed in that phase. And just a reminder for Samantha Hoagie, don't forget to pick up your heat sheet. That heat sheet available at the starting line. Heat 17B is coming up. Lane number 1, it's car 805 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 3. And we are on track in Heat 17B. This is an elimination phase for Aiden Driggers and Charlie Niggin. Aiden took phase A of this one by .124. So Charlie with a little bit of work to do here as they come down to the finish. Okay, final results in Heat 17. Let's talk about Phase B first. It was Charlie Niggin taking the phase by .149 over Aiden Driggers, and that means Charlie wins the heat by .025 seconds. So Charlie continues on in the challengers bracket, and Aiden is eliminated. We see cars being loaded in once again in our Legacy division. This is Heat 18B. Lane number 1, it's car 801 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 808 of Marcus Wells. Wells in lane 3. Off and racing. This is an elimination phase for these champs. Johnson lane 1, Wells lane 3. Johnson took the first phase by .032. And we'll stand by for those final results. And here are our results in Heat 18. We'll go with Phase B results first. Winning Phase B was Ronan Johnson by .052 seconds. And that means that Ronan wins the heat by .084. So Ronan advances through the challengers bracket, and Marcus is eliminated. Time now for Heat 19A in our Legacy competition. Lane number 1 belongs to car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 1. And in lane number 3, car 801 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. We are off and racing in Heat 19A. Niggin lane 1, Johnson lane 2. Lane 3, I should say. Here they come down to the finish. Phase A of that Challengers bracket matchup. We'll get results in a moment. Right now we have Heat 20A loaded in. Lane 1, car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 806 of Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 3. Results from Heat 19A. Winning the phase was Ronan Johnson. Johnson takes the phase by .004 over Charlie Niggin. Off and racing, Heat 20A. You've got Alexa Guerin, lane 1. Cash Driggers in lane 3, past the halfway mark, over the tunnel. And down past the grandstands to the finish. And your results in Heat 20A. Taking the phase is Alexa Guerin. Garen wins the phase by .009 over Cash Driggers. Loading in now for Heat 20B in the Legacy Division. Lane number 1, it's car 806 of Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3. Off and racing in Heat 20B. Cash Driggers in lane 1, Alexa Guerin in lane 3. Guerin took the first phase of this heat by .009. So Cash with a little bit of work to do there in lane number 1. And there they are across the finish line. We'll stand by for results. Here are our results. First, for Phase 20B. Winning the phase was Alexa Guerin by .034. And that means Alexa Guerin wins the heat by .043 over Cash Driggers. So Alexa advances, Cash moves to the challengers bracket. (19B) getting ready to go right now. Lane number 1, it's car 801 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. And in lane number 3, car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 3. And they are on track. Johnson in lane 1. Niggin in lane 3. Ronan took the first phase in this heat, but only by 4 1/1000ths. Past the halfway marker. Here they come over the tunnel into the grandstand area. And some good close racing between these two. We'll get those results. Results for Heat 19. First in Phase B. Winning the phase was Charlie Niggin. Niggin wins the phase by .02. And that means that Charlie wins the heat by .016 over Ronan Johnson. So Charlie will advance and Ronan is eliminated. And as we wait for our next heat, don't forget about our friends at Enduro Photo, the official photographers of the All-American Soapbox Derby. Check them out at the information tent. They've been taking some great shots all week long here at Derby Downs. You can find out how you can purchase some of those photos this year presented by State and Federal Communications. Heat 21A getting ready to go. Lane 1, it's car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 1. And in lane 2, it's car 806 of Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 3. Off and racing in Heat 21A. You've got Charlie in lane 1, Cash in lane 3. Here they come down over the tunnel and into the finish line. And your results in Heat 21A, winning the phase was Charlie Niggin by .04 over Cash Driggers.
A quick note to pass along. We need our Masters All-Stars to report to the gate. Masters All-Stars, please report to the gate. Loading up in the blocks, we have heat 21, 21B. Charlie Niggin, lane 3, Niggin. Cash Driggers is in lane 1, and car 806.
Off and racing in 21B. It's Driggers in lane 1, Niggin in lane 3. Niggin won phase A by .04 seconds. We'll see what Cash can do here as they cross the finish line. And results in a moment. And the results in 21B, winning the phase, was Charlie Niggin by .007. And that means Charlie wins the heat by .047 seconds. So Charlie moves on, and Cash Driggers is your third place champ in the Legacy Division. And so that sets up our championship round in the Legacy. It'll be Alexa Guerin versus Charlie Niggin in just a few minutes. But before we see that, we'll send our Queen of the Hill, Alexa Guerin, down. So our Queen of the Hill run right here for Alexa. Can I have your attention, please? All All-Stars, please report to topside at this time. All All-Stars to topside. Thank you. Correction, only the stock All-Stars to topside. Stock only at this time. Thank you. Okay, so I was right the first time. All All-Stars to topside. Tell them to go up to Wendy and say Chris says hi is what they're telling me right now. So, and from me, hi Wendy. Well played, sir. Well played. Getting set now for our championship round in the Legacy Division. Heat 22A, lane 1 belongs to car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 3. Alexa making her way here through the winner's bracket. Charlie coming in through the challenger's bracket. Off and racing in our championship round for the Legacy Division. Guerin in lane 1, Niggin in lane 3. Past halfway across the tunnel, down in front of the grandstands. Here's a finish. And we'll get those results. And we have results in Heat 22A for the Legacy. Winning the phase was Charlie Niggin by .057 over Alexa Guerin. So Niggin will head to phase B with the lead. He'll need to win this heat in order to force a rematch. Cash Driggers, please report to the finish line for pictures. Cash Driggers to the finish line. Okay, we've got cars loading in for Phase B of Heat 22. Lane 1 will be car number 807, Charlie Niggin. Niggin, lane 1. And in lane number 3, car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3. If Alexa wins the heat, she is our Legacy Division champion. If Charlie wins the heat, we'll send him back up and do it all over again. Off and racing in Heat 22B. Charlie Niggin in lane 1, carrying a .057 second lead, I should say, over Alexa Guerin into this phase. Here they come down for a finish, and we'll find out if Charlie forced a rematch or if Alexa is our Legacy champion. Okay, here are the results. In Phase A, remember it was Charlie by .057. In Phase B, it was Alexa by .051. So, by .006 seconds, Charlie has forced a runoff for the championship in the Legacy Division. So we'll send both Alexa and Charlie back up top. And we'll do it again for a championship. Yeah. So now they both have one loss. So if you think of it, just double elimination, they both have one loss. Yeah, they'll run. I mean, same deal. They'll run lane swap, wheel swap, like they did. So they'll run 2 phases.
I got you. I guess that's what my question was.
All right. This is the last day of the complicated stuff. I don't think. Well, Super Kids, if they run their finals on Saturday, is double elimination.
Yeah.
But different timing system too. So
The computer wrangler?
there is no. Well, I mean that would be at their discretion, but I don't think last year we just used Acronym 3 years ago, 19 months ago. We just used Acronym those timers, and we were floor down. So they had big old heat sheets in front of us, and they would just like whoever was there would just point, whoever's run a timer would just point at what's going on.
Okay. Well, there's really no need for me to be there tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean if you want to, if
I
you want
might-
a day out by all means. Otherwise,
I might just, pop in for a little bit
Yeah.
and then just,
it's a really neat event. I mean,
I'd like to see
Mark
it.
always, for Mark, it was always the most special. You know, he had some family ties there.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, if you think about it, the way he put it to me was, you're giving these kids, a moment's happiness and what could be, like maybe some really, really tough times for you to say, like, it's not cold out for a super kid to race 1 year and not even be on third next year.
Yeah,
So,
probably.
he would always get really emotional.
Yeah.
So, but it's a fun event. Getting set now for what will be our deciding heat for the Legacy. In lane 1, it's car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 3.
But you were already prepared for that 20 minutes ago in your head.
Off and racing in our championship heat for the Legacy. Alexa Guerin in lane 1. Charlie Niggin lane 3. Charlie won our last heat to force this runoff. We'll see what happens this time around as they come down towards the finish line. And our results from 23A, it was Charlie Niggin taking the phase by .04 seconds over Alexa Guerin. So we'll send him back to the top one final time, and then we'll have a champion in the Legacy Division. Time to crown a champion in the Legacy Division. This is Phase B of our championship heat. Lane number 1 belongs to car 807 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 803 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3. And we are off and racing for the championship in the Legacy Division. Charlie Niggin in lane 1 carried a .04 second lead into this phase. So Alexa Guerin with some work to do here. Here they come down past the grandstands. And they cross the finish line. We'll get you those final results in a moment. And here are the results. First, for Heat 23 Phase B, the winner of the phase was Charlie Niggin by .005 seconds. That means your 2022 FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby Legacy Division champion is Charlie Niggin. Total margin in the heat, .045 seconds over second place, Alexa Guerin. So congratulations to Charlie Niggin, our Legacy Division champion for 2022. At this time, we're going to have a short intermission, and then we'll get started with the All-Star race. We'll be starting that in just a little while, featuring some of our top rally champs from across the country. The bridge is paging Vicky. Vicky, please contact the bridge. Thank you. Correction, Vicky to the starting line, please. Vicky to the starting line. We are just about ready to start our All-Star race for 2022. Featuring some of the top rally winners from across the country in this past season. The top win getter in each region, in each division, earned a bid to this All-Star race, and then there were 6 at-large bids based on number of rally wins on the season. Loading in for Heat 41A in the All-Star Masters. Lane 1 from Akron, Ohio, it's Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Loves Park, Illinois, Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Dover, New Hampshire, Sydney Bean. Bean in lane 3. Just about ready to start our all-star race. Off and racing. Stephanie Hicks in lane 1. Connor Magnuson, lane number 2. Sydney B in lane 3. Champs from region 6, 5, and 10. Pretty evenly matched here as they come down for a finish. And as we've done all day, we'll stand by for official results. In the meantime, Heat 42A loading in right now. Lane number 1 from Newport Richey, Florida, Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Lake Forest, California, Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 2. And in lane 3 from South Elgin, Illinois, Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 3.
Results from Heat 41. It's Stephanie Hicks out in front, followed by Connor Magnuson at .019, and following Sydney Behan at .039.
And we're racing in Heat 42A. Smith in lane 1. It's Knapp in lane 2. We've got Tiffany in lane 3. Champs from region 7, 2, and 5 on this one. Here they come down to the finish. And results in just a bit. Heat 46A getting ready to go. Lane 1, car 502 from Camano Island, Washington, Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Roanoke, Virginia, Brianna Waldron. Waldron in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Elizabeth Johnson. Johnson in lane 3.
It is Paige Tiffany taking this first portion of Heat 42 with a .022 margin over Andrew Knapp. And then Jillian Smith in there with .03.
And here comes Heat 46A. Johnson in lane 1, Waldron in lane 2, and Elizabeth Johnson in lane 3. Champs from regions 1, 8, and 12 in this one. Past halfway over the tunnel, down past the grandstand. Here they come for a finish. And we'll stand by for those results.
Results are up for heat 4-6, and it finds Ronan Johnson out in front, trailed by Elizabeth Johnson at .022, and in third, Brianna Waldron in this phase at .108.
We're going to go stock racing next. Heat 84A loading in. Lane number 1 from Terrytown, Georgia, it's Quinn Driggers. Driggers in lane number 1. In lane number 2 from East Otto, New York, Adele Canali. Canali in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Clearfield, Pennsylvania, Gerald Hudson. Hudson in lane 3. Off and racing in our stock division in the All-Star race. Driggers in lane 1, Canali in lane 2, and Hudson in lane 3. Region 7, Region 9, and Region 8 represented here. As they cross the line, and we'll stand by for results. Back to Masters Racing. This is Heat 41B. In lane number 1, it's car 521 of Sydney Bien. Bien in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 517 of Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 28 of Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in lane 3.
And results for Heat 84 finds Adele Canale out in front. Yeah, followed by Quinn Driggers with a .029, followed by Gerald Hudson with a .074.
Off and racing in 41B. B in lane 1, Hicks lane 2, Magnuson in lane 3. After one phase, Hicks leads the heat by .019. And it's .039 back to Sydney Bien. As those champs cross the finish line, we'll have those results once they're official. 42B loaded in. At the starting line, lane 1, it's car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 515 of Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 503 of Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 3.
And it's Stephanie Hicks continuing to lead the way on Heat 41, followed closely by Connor Magnuson with .022. And in third, it was Cindy Behan in this phase at .05.
Racing in Heat 42B now. Tiffany in lane 1, Smith lane 2, Knapp lane 3. Paige Tiffany led this heat after one phase by .022 over Andrew and .03 over Jillian. And there's the finish for 42B. We'll get ready for 46B. Lane number 1, it's car number 7 of Elizabeth Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 502 of Ronan Johnson. Ronan Johnson in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 520 of Brianna Waldron. Waldron in lane 3.
It is Paige Tiffany continue to lead in Heat 40 with a close competition at .003. It was Andrew Knapp, followed by Jillian Smith with .037.
So that should make for an interesting third phase for them. Here comes Heat 46B. Elizabeth Johnson in lane 1, Ronan Johnson in lane 2, Brianna Waldron in lane 3. Ronan leads this heat after one phase by about 2/100ths of a second over Elizabeth Johnson. Then it's around a 10th back to Brianna. And here they come. We'll stand by for results.
It is Elizabeth Johnson taking phase 2 in heat 46, and is followed closely by Ronan Johnson with .076, and bringing up third place in this phase at .102 is Brianna Walden.
Our next phase rolling into the blocks, it's heat 84B. Lane 1, it's car 700 of Gerald Hudson. Hudson in lane 1. Lane 2, car 304 of Quinn Driggers. Driggers in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 727 of Adele Canelli. Canelli in lane 3. Off and racing in 84B. Hudson in lane 1, Driggers in lane 2, Canale in lane 3. Canale was leading that heat after one phase. We'll check those results and see how that impacts things while we get ready for heat 43A. 43A for the Masters, lane 1 from Rochester, New York, Selena Murty. Murty in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Des Moines, Iowa, it's Hannah Olson. Olson in lane 2. And in lane 3, from North Canton, Ohio, Amy Getz. Getz in lane 3.
84B goes to Quinn Driggers, followed closely by Adele Canale at .096, and in third, Gerald Hudson in this phase at .151.
Off and racing in heat 43. Murty in lane 1. Olson in lane 2. Getz in lane 3. Champs from regions 9, 4, and 6. Close racing as they come down to the finish line. We'll stand by for official results in that one. Our first elimination phase of the All-Star race is getting ready to go. Lane number 1 in heat 41C belongs to car 28 of Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 521 of Sydney Bien. Bien in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 517 of Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane 3. Off and racing in our first elimination phase of the All-Star race. It's Magnuson, lane 1. B in lane 2. And Hicks in lane 3.
All right, results for heat 43. It is Hannah Olson leading out of lane number 2, followed by Amy Getz at .017 and Selena Murty at .076.
Past the finish line in 41C. Hicks was leading that heat through 2 phases. So we'll see if Stephanie hung on there. Heat 42C in the blocks right now. Lane number 1, it's car 503 of Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 1. Lane 2, car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 515 of Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 3.
And in heat 41, we find Connor Magnuson advancing on, followed by Stephanie Hicks with .027, and in third, Sydney Behan, .084.
Heat 42 underway. This is their elimination phase. Knapp lane 1, Tiffany lane 2, Smith lane 3. It was Tiffany in the lead after 2 phases by 3 1/1000ths of a second. Smith still there, 3 100ths of a second back. They come across cleanly, and we'll find out who will advance. Heat 46C getting ready to go. Lane 1, car 520 of Brianna Waldron. Waldron in lane 1. Lane 2, car number 7 of Elizabeth Johnson. Elizabeth Johnson, lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 502 of Ronan Johnson. Ronan Johnson, lane 3.
Results for Heat 42 showing Paige Tiffany. Paige Tiffany will be advancing. The margin was off by .032 with Andrew Knapp, followed closely by .035 with Jillian Smith.
Off we go in Heat 46C. Waldron in lane 1, Johnson, Elizabeth Johnson, lane 2, Ronan Johnson, lane 3. Elizabeth leads the heat after 2. Ronan right there, 7 100ths behind. Brianna with about a 1/10 to make up here. As they come across. Results once they are official. Heat 44A is next. In lane number 1 from Utica, Kentucky, it's Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 1. In lane 2 from Merritt Island, Florida, it's Logan Webb. Webb in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Parksville, New York, Brooke Nichols. Nichols in lane 3.
Well, it looks like Ronan Johnson will be advancing in this Heat 46. Following by a margin of .055, it was Brianna Walden, and then Elizabeth Johnson, followed by .051.
And we're racing in 44A. Leonard lane 1, Webb lane 2, Nichols in lane 3. Champs from regions 12, 7, and 9 in this one. Those champs across the finish line now. We'll get those final results for you. Heat 84 for the stock division getting ready to go next. This is Phase C. Lane 1, it's car 727 of Adele Canale. Canale in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 700 of Gerald Hudson. Hudson in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 304 of Quinn Driggers. Driggers in lane 3.
Off to a good start in Heat 44. It is Brooke Nichols. Brooke Nichols. The margin with Logan Webb was .008 and .07 for Jacob Leonard.
So 84C on track. This is an elimination phase with Canale in lane 1. Hudson in lane 2, Driggers in lane 3. Driggers led the way through 2 phases, but only by 9 100ths of a second. So we'll see how that result changes things. Heat 83A getting loaded up right now. Lane 1 from North Yarmouth, Maine, it's Liam Murray. Murray in lane 1. In lane 2 from Avon, Indiana, it's Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Denver, North Carolina, Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 3.
It is Quinn Driggers. Quinn Driggers claiming victory in Heat 84. Quinn will be advancing on. The margin behind was by Gerald Hudson with .072 and Adele Canali at .109.
Another stock all-star heat getting underway here. Murray in lane 1, Taylor lane 2, Flo in lane 3. We've got a hockey fan, a hockey player, a soccer player, and a basketball/lacrosse player in this one. Regions 10, 5, and 12. So those results coming up in a moment. 43B coming your way next, lane number 1. It's car 17 of Amy Getz. Getz in lane 1. Lane 2, car 15 of Selena Murty. Murty in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 506 of Hannah Olson. Olson in lane 3.
It is Brighton Flo in lane number 3, taking this first portion of Heat 83, followed by Shelton Taylor with a .083 and .211 goes to Liam Murray.
43B underway now. It's Getz in lane 1, Murty lane 2, Olson in lane 3. It was Olson leading the heat after one phase by .017. And there they go across the line. Results in a moment. Heat 63A at the starting line now. Lane number 1 from Glasgow, Kentucky. It's Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Hurricane, West Virginia, Dakota Thomas. Thomas, lane 3.
It is Hannah Olson continuing to lead in this Heat 43, followed closely by Selena Murty with a .098 and Amy Getz at .008.
Off and racing in our super stock division for Heat 63A, Schlafke in lane 1, Brake lane 2, and Thomas in lane 3. One champ from Region 12 and 2 from Region 6 represented here. And that phase in the books. Official results upcoming in Heat 63A. 64A is next. Lane number 1 from Rochester, New Hampshire, Chloe Lawton. Lawton in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Canfield, Ohio, it's Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 3.
Results coming in for the first phase of Heat 63, and we find Lane Schlafke out in front. With a margin of .033, it is Peyton Brake, then followed by Dakota Thomas with .041.
64A on track, Lawton lane 1, Rains lane 2, Smutney lane 3. This all-star race is where we get a lot of those, if it says it on the card, it must be true moments. Audrey Rains, it says favorite activities, derby racing, of course, bugging dad, and Shannon Bledsoe among the interests. As they cross the finish line, we'll get those results momentarily.
Let's take a look at the next portion of Heat 64. It goes to Laura Smutney, followed by Audrey Rains, .128, and 1.152 goes to Chloe Lawton.
44B is next. Lane 1, car 12 of Brooke Nichols. Nichols in lane 1. Lane 2, car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 514 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane 3. About to send them in this heat. Underway, 44B. Nichols lane 1, Leonard lane 2, Webb in lane 3. Nichols holding a lead in this heat after one phase by 8 1/1000ths. Jacob still 7 100ths back. Here come these three champs to the finish line. And our official results are coming up.
Leading in Heat 44, it is Logan Webb on lane 3. Following with a margin of .066, it's Jacob Leonard, and at 199.199, Brooke Nichols.
$61A up next for the Superstock division. In lane 1 from Lyons, Georgia, it's Alexis Head. Head in lane 1. In lane 2 from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Gerald Young. Young in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Gretna, Nebraska, Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. Superstock champs on the hill in Heat 61. Head in lane 1, Young lane 2, Van Wart lane 3. Champs from Region 7, 5, and 4 represented here. And there is the finish line for that group, so we'll stand by for some results. Heat 86A is next. Lane number 1, it's car 702 of Preston Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. Lane number 2, out of Akron, Ohio, Samantha Wooten. Wooten in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3.
Leading this first phase of Heat 61, it's Kelsey Van Wart. And we have at .068, it is Gerald Young, and with a margin of .015, Alexis Head.
And we get ready now for another Van Wart in 86A. They are off and racing. It's Gresco lane 1, Wooten lane 2, Van Wart in lane 3. Rally Stock champs from regions 2, 6, and 4. Here they come in for a finish. We saw lane 1 start drifting over towards that rail, but kept it clean, and we'll get results here in a moment. Heat 83B getting ready to go next. In lane 1, car 734 of Brighton Flow. Flow in lane 1. Lane 2 belongs to car 335 of Liam Murray. Murray in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 320 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 3.
It is Samantha Wooten stepping out, taking the first phase of Heat 86. Preston Gresco back at .109, followed by Pierce Van Wart back by .134.
On track in our stock all-star race 83B. Flow in lane 1 leads the heat after one phase. Taylor about 8/100ths back. Liam with about 2/10ths to make up. Here they come in for a finish. And we'll stand by for those results. Meanwhile, 43C loading in now. Lane number 1, it's car 506 of Hannah Olson. Olson, lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 17 of Amy Getz. Getz in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 15 of Selena Murty. Murty in lane 3. Off and racing in 43C, an elimination phase for Olson, Getz, and Murty. Olson leading the way by 8/100ths of a second. Murty right there as well. Should be a close result here as we stand by and find out who moves on.
Heat 83 looks like it's shaping up pretty good for Shelton Taylor as he leads his second phase in Heat 83. I stand corrected. It is Brighton Flow leading 83, the second phase, followed by a close margin of Shelton Taylor with .03 and .287 behind is Liam Murphy. Heat 43 finds Hannah Olison advancing to the next round. Just behind at .028, Amy Getz, and .079 margin for Selena Murty.
And we have Heat 63B loaded in for the Superstock. They are off and racing. It's Dakota Thomas in lane 1, Lane Schlafke in lane 2, and Peyton Brake in lane number 3. Schlafke leading the way after one phase among this group, with Peyton and Dakota about 3 or 4 100ths back. There's the finish line. And we'll get results from them in a moment. 64B is next. Lane 1, car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 136 of Chloe Lawton. Lawton in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 638 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 3.
The lead has to Dakota Thompson, with Schlafke behind at .058 and Peyton Brake in third on that phase at .073.
64B off and racing. Smutney lane 1. Lawton lane 2. Rains in lane 3. It was Smutney leading the way through 1, with both Audrey and Chloe around a tenth and a half back. As they complete phase B, we'll get you some results in a moment. We'll have an elimination phase in the All-Star Masters next. Lane number 1, car 514 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 12 of Brooke Nichols. Nichols in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 3.
The lead in Heat 64, it now belongs to Laura Smutney. Laura Smutney. Chloe Lawton came in at .211. We also had Audrey Rains at .079.
We are off and racing. Webb lane 1. Nichols lane 2. Leonard in lane 3. Webb leads the way by .066. As we come down for a finish. And we'll find out in a moment who's moving on out of Heat 44. First time on track in the All-Star race for Heat 45, lane number 1. From Lafayette, Indiana, it's Eli Murphy. Murphy in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Livermore, California, Cody Ojeda. Ojeda in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Conneaut, Ohio, Jenna Wolf. Wolf in lane 3.
Results from Heat 44 finds Jacob Leonard advancing to the next round. Followed up in second at .034, it was Logan Webb, and it was Brooke Nichols at .081.
Set to go in 45A. We're off and racing. Murphy in lane 1, Ojeda in lane 2, and Wolf in lane 3. Champs from Region 5, 2, and 6 in this one. Here they come down in front of the grandstands to cross the finish line. Heat 61B is next. Lane 1, it's car 131 of Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 620 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 120 of Gerald Young. Young in lane 3.
This first stage of Heat 45 goes to Eli Murphy. Eli Murphy, followed closely by Jenna Wolf with .023 and .081 is Cody Ojeda.
Lou, you're a radio guy, right? And Jenna was the one that was saying I should do her name in a goofy radio voice.
Yeah.
I think you might have to do that at some point this weekend. You know that, right?
Yes, I might.
You got a good 80s or 90s radio voice in there too somewhere, right?
Somewhere.
61B on track right now. We'll wait until after they're done with their race to do that. We don't want to distract them on Saturday, you know.
Oh, I know.
Van Wart lane 1, Head lane 2, Young lane 3. Van Wart led the heat after one phase. And we'll check those results to see how that lead changes here. It'll be 62A up next. Lane 1 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. In lane 2 from Hilton, New York, it's Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Villarica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3.
Taking a look at this second phase of Heat 61, we find Kelsey Van Wart taking the lead at this point, followed by Alexis Head at .138 and at .196, trailing is Gerald Young.
Heat 62 on track. Gresco lane 1, Murphy lane 2, Guerin lane 3. Another one of those heats where we say if it says it on the card, it must be true. Carly's activities on here include duck herding, parkour, and competitive mooing. So they wrap up. We'll get some results in that one. Meanwhile, 86B at the starting line right now. It's car 331 of Pierce Van Wart in lane 1. Van Wart lane 1. Lane 2 goes to car 702 of Preston Gresco. Gresco lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 720 of Samantha Wooten. Wooten in lane 3.
And the first round of Heat 62 goes to Carly Murphy. Carly Murphy. And the margin of .05 goes to Alexa Guerin, and followed up with .115 for Riley Gresco.
On track now for Van Wart, Preston Gresco, and Wooten. Wooten led the heat after one phase by about 1/10 of a second. And we'll see where things stand after phase 2. Elimination phase coming up for the Stock All-Stars in Heat 83. Lane 1, car 320 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 734 of Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 335 of Liam Murray. Murray in lane 3.
And it appears that Samantha Wooten is leading this second phase of Heat 86, followed by Preston Gresco with .104 and Pierce Van Wart in at .114.
Off we go. In 83C, Brighton Flo leading the heat through 2. 3/100ths of a second to the good over Shelton Taylor. And about 28/100ths back to Leah Murray. Clean runs for those champs. We'll get results momentarily. Heat 81A is next. For the Stock All-Stars, lane 1 from Eugene, Oregon, Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest in lane number 1. In lane 2 from Clearwater, Florida, it's Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 2. And in lane 3 from St. Charles, Illinois, Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 3.
It is Brighton Flow holding on to take the win in Heat 83. Followed up by Shelton Taylor with .104 and .307 for Liam Murray.
DeFriest, Mello, and Senholtz-Linder on track now. Region 1, Region 7, and Region 5 in this group as they come towards the finish line. Heat 82A is next. Lane 1, it's car 901 of Bella Siddle. Siddle in lane 1. Lane 2, car 711, Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 704 of Drew Brand. Brand in lane 3.
Let's take a look at Heat 81 and looking at Zachary DeFriest as he steps out and takes the lead at this point. Right behind Zach, it is Logan Stenholtz-Linder with .078, but by a close margin of .085 behind, it's Alexa Mello.
As Siddle, Hinkle, and Brand cross underneath the bridge, we'll get results. Time for an elimination phase in the Superstock Heat 63. Lane 1, car 616 of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 615 of Dakota Thomas. Thomas, lane 2. And in lane 3, car 115 of Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane number 3.
It's Drew Brand stepping out, taking this first phase of Heat 82, followed by Davis Hinkle with .033 and Bella Siddle .048.
On track for that elimination phase for Brake, Thomas and Schlafke. Thomas showing the way through 2 with about a lead of a half a tenth on lane. Here they come for a finish. And we'll have final results coming up. It'll be 65A coming up next in the Superstock. Lane 1 from Terrytown, Georgia, Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Federalsburg, Maryland, Salita Nichols. Nichols, lane 2. And in lane 3 from South Elgin, Illinois, Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 3.
We have our elimination round results for Heat 63, and it looks like Peyton Brake will be advancing along, just right behind Dakota Thomas, .025, and followed up by Lane Schlafke with .056.
On track for first phase action between Driggers, Nichols, and Tiffany. Region 7, 8, and 5 in this one. All three of these champs looking good and clean as they come underneath the bridge. Results on the way. An elimination phase coming up for Heat 64 in the Superstock. Lane 1, car 638 of Audrey Rains. Rains, lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 136 of Chloe Lawton. Lawton in lane 3.
It's good news for Celida Nichols, taking this first phase of Heat 65, followed by a very close margin of .008. It's Aiden Driggers. Natalie Tiffany came in at .065. I stand corrected. That's Nathan.
We've got an elimination phase on track here. It's Rains, Smutney, and Lawton going at it here. Smutney leads the heat through 2. 7 100ths to the good over Audrey. Chloe about 2/10 back. And there's the finish in Heat 64. Results once they are official. Heat 45B is next. Lane number 1, it's car 510 of Jenna Wolf. Wolf in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 31 of Eli Murphy. Murphy in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 1 of Cody Ojeda. Ojeda in lane 3.
Advance the next round out of Heat 64 is Laura Smutney with the 643 car, followed by Audrey Rains with .047 and .132 for Chloe Lawton.
Getting ready to go now in Heat 45. They're on track. Wolf lane 1, Murphy lane 2, Ojeda lane 3. Murphy took the first phase of this one by about .02. As these champs pass the grandstand and the finish line. And we'll have results for you in a moment. Heat 61C is next. Lane 1 belongs to car 120 of Gerald Young. Young in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 131 of Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 620 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 3.
Let's take a look at Heat 45. It's Jenna Wolf leading the way after 2 phases, followed by Eli Murphy, .012. And coming up third in this phase is Cody Ojeda with .058.
About halfway home in 61C. For Young, Van Wart, and Head. And that heat is in the books. We'll get you the numbers here very soon. 62B is next, lane 1. It's car 600 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 602 of Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy, lane 3.
We have Heat 61's results, and it finds Kelsey Van Wart advanced to the next round. Are very close. It's Gerald Young with .173, followed by Alexis Head with .178.
On track in 62B. Guerin lane 1, Gresco lane 2, Murphy lane 3. Career interests for these champs: Gresko, a future interior designer; Guerin, a future professional belly dancer just like her dad; Murphy, a future panda nanny, goat renter, teddy bear surgeon, or biologist. If it says it on the cards, it must be true. Results in that one coming up in just a moment. '66A is next. Lane 1 from Bristol, Connecticut. It's Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Cove, Oregon, Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 3.
And Heat 62, Phase 2 finds Carly Murphy holding on to her lead with a close margin of .14 for Kylie Gresko, and at .107, Alexa Guerin in third place of that phase.
Wells, Bledsoe, and Delaney on track. Regions 11, 12, and 1 in this heat. Here they come across the line. And we'll have an elimination phase next for our stock division. Lane number 1, car 720 of Samantha Wooten. Wooten in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 331 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 702 of Preston Gresko. Gresko in lane 3.
Heat 66 results finds Reese Delaney out in front at this point, followed by Connor Bledsoe with .033 and .079 going to Meadow Wells.
So 86C about halfway home. Wooten leading the heat through 2 phases by about 1/10 of a second. But we'll see if Van Wart or Gresko can reel her in. Results coming shortly. 85A is next. Lane number 1 from Owensboro, Kentucky. It's Braden Locker. Locker in lane 1. Lane 2 from Elk Point, South Dakota. Kenna Coffey. Coffey in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Akron, Ohio, Alyssa Case. Case in lane 3.
In this elimination round of Heat 86, it is Samantha Wooten advancing on to the next round, followed by Pierce Van Wart, back .064, and followed by Preston Gresko with .232.
Off and racing in Heat 85A. Locker lane 1, Coffee lane 2, Case in lane 3. Regions 12, 4, and 6 across the track. A future firefighter against a future influencer against a future nurse. Coming down past the grandstand, under the bridge to the line. We'll get ready for Heat 81B next. Lane 1, car 710 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder, lane 1. Lane 2, car 701 of Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 723 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 3.
It is Bryden Locker taking this first phase of Heat 85, followed up next by Kenna Coffey with .129 and Alyssa Case with .043.
On track in 81B, Senholtz Linder, lane 1, DeFriest, lane 2, and Mello in lane number 3. DeFriest led the way after 1. We'll get those results for the second phase in just a bit. Next up, it is Heat 82B. Lane 1, car 704 of Drew Brand. Brand in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 901 of Bella Siddle. Siddle in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 711 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane number 3.
Leading the way in Heat 81, it is Alexa Mello. Alexa Mello. I stand corrected. Leading the way in Heat 81, it's Zachary DeFriest. Zachary DeFriest with Alexa Mello following up close by 7/1000ths of a second. That's .007. And Logan Stenholtz Linder with .017.
Heat 82 past the finish line now between Siddle, Hinkle, and Brand. We'll get those results soon. Meanwhile, 65B at the line right now. Lane 1, it's car 150 of Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 1. Lane 2, car 104 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers, lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 649 of Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane 3.
Results for Heat 82 finds Davis Hinkle out in front at this point. Next, it is .013 belonging to Bella Siddle. And then we have .046 for Drew Brand.
No, that's okay.
Heat 65 on track. Nathan Tiffany, lane 1. Aiden Driggers, lane 2. Salida Nichols, lane 3. Nichols led that phase, or led that heat entering that phase. We'll see how things go from here. 45C is next. In lane number 1, it's going to be car number 1 of Cody Ojeda. Ojeda in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 510 of Jenna Wolf. Wolf in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 31 of Eli Murphy. Murphy in lane 3.
Now taking the lead in Heat 65, it is Aiden Driggers. Aiden Driggers, not too far behind. It is Salida Nichols with .032, followed by Nathan Tiffany with .152.
Off and racing in 45C. Cody Ojeda, lane 1. Jenna Wolf, lane 2. Eli Murphy in lane 3. Wolf leading the way after a dead phase in phase B of this one between Jenna and Cody Ojeda. We'll see if that lead holds as they cross the finish line. Up next is 62C, lane 1, car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 1. Lane 2, car 600 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane 3.
Well, we have results from Heat 45, and it's an exciting one. We have Cody Ojeda, or no, I stand corrected. It's Eli Murphy will be advancing on to the next round. Close competition, though. We have Cody Ojeda with .035 and Jenna Wolf, not too far, .019.
.62C coming up. Champs set, ready to go. We are off and racing. Murphy lane 1, Guerin lane 2, Gresco in lane 3. Murphy your leader through 2. She's got about a 10th on Alexa, a little under a 10th and a half back to Riley as they come across the finish line. And we'll check to see who moves on in that one. Heat 47A is next for the Masters. Lane 1 from Loves Park, Illinois, Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in lane 1. And in lane 3 rather, it's car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany, lane 3.
Moving on to the next round out of Heat 62, it is Carly Murphy. Carly Murphy. And it was Alexa Guerin at .069 back, followed by Riley Gresco with .142.
Getting ready to go with a second round matchup for our All-Star Masters. Heat 47 on the way between Connor Magnuson in lane 1 and Paige Tiffany in lane 3. Champs out of Region 5 going at it here. 2 champs from Region 5. As they come across the halfway marker and they head down for the finish. And we will stand by for results. Heat 48A is next. Lane 1 from Utica, Kentucky, Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Des Moines, Iowa, it's Hannah Olson. Olson, lane 3.
It is Connor Magnuson taking this first phase of Heat 47, followed very closely by Paige Tiffany with a .009. That's 9 one-thousandths.
.48A on track right now for the Masters All-Stars. Leonard in lane 1 and Olson in lane 3. Region 12 squaring off with Region 4. As they cross the finish line. We move to Heat 66B. Lane 1, it's car 614 of Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 632 of Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 634 of Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 3.
It is Hannah Olesen taking this first portion of Heat 48. That's Heat 48. Of course, followed by Jacob Leonard with a .027 margin.
And here we go in 66B, Delaney in lane 1, Wells lane 2, Bledsoe in lane 3. Reese Delaney led the way after one phase. About 3/100ths to the good over Connor. And as they cross the finish line, we'll stand by for some results. 66B is in the books. 85B is next. Lane 1, it's car 714 of Alyssa Case. Case in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 733 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 705 of Kenna Coffee. Coffee in lane 3.
Let's take a closer look at Heat 66. We have Connor Bledsoe out in front at this point, followed by Reese Delaney with .2028, and backed up by .115 of Meadow Wells.
Off and rolling in Heat 85B. Case lane 1, Locker lane 2, Coffee lane 3. Locker, the leader in the heat after one phase. And we'll see what happens once we get the results in phase 2. Heat 81 is next. Lane number 1 in this elimination phase belongs to car 723 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 710 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 701 of Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 3.
It's Alyssa Case leading now in the second phase of Heat 85. And it is Kenna Coffee with .143 and Braden Locker with .063.
On track now, that was Mello, Senholtz-Linder, and DeFriest. DeFriest led that heat after 2. We'll stand by for results to see who moves on out of Heat 81. Heat 88A is next. Lane 1 from Terrytown, Georgia, it's Quinn Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Denver, North Carolina, Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 3.
It will be Alexa Mello advancing on out of Heat 81. And Zachary DeFriest was back by .1, followed by Logan Senholtz-Linder with .182.
Off and racing, second round action for our local stock. All-star stock, I should say. Here come Driggers and Flo. Down past the grandstands to the finish line. And we'll stand by and get those results. Elimination phase next in Heat 82. Lane 1, it's car 711 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle, lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 704 of Drew Brand. Brand in lane 2. And in lane 3, It's car 901 of Bella Siddle. Siddle, lane 3.
It is Brighton Flo taking this next phase in Heat 88, followed by Quinn Driggers with .143.
We're off and racing in Heat 82C. Hinkle lane 1, Brand lane 2, Siddle lane 3. Hinkle leads the heat after 2 phases. About 13 1/1000ths to the good over Bella as they cross the finish line. We'll find out in a moment who's moving on. Meanwhile, Heat 68A getting set up. Lane number 1 from Canfield, Ohio, Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, it's Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 3.
This elimination round of Heat 82 goes to Bella Siddle. Bella Siddle. Just behind at .109, it is Davis Hinkle, followed by Drew Brand with .135.
Off and racing in 68A. Superstock champs on the hill. Smutney in lane 1, Brake in lane 3. 2 champs from Region 6 going at it here as they come in for a finish. We'll stand by for official results. Heat 65C coming up. Lane number 1, it's car 649 of Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 150 of Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 104 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 3.
Taking this first phase out of Heat 68, it is Peyton Brake in the 616 car out of lane 3. Of course, followed by Laura Smutney with .035.
65C off and racing. Nichols lane 1, Tiffany lane 2, Driggers lane 3. Driggers leads the heat by .032 over Salida. Nathan with about 1/10.5 to make up here. As they cross the line, we'll get those official results once we have them. 48B coming up next in our Masters division. Lane 1, it's car 506 of Hannah Olson. Olson in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 3.
And we have the results from Heat 65. Advancing to the next round is Aiden Driggers. Salida Nichols just at .079 back, and it was followed by Nathan Tiffany with .204. Salida.
Here we go then in 48B. Olson in lane 1, Leonard in lane 3. Olson leads the heat through that first phase. Leonard with about 27 one-thousandths to make up. And we'll get those official results in Heat 48 momentarily. Heat 47B lining up now. Lane 1 belongs to car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 28 of Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in lane 3. We're racing in 47B. Elimination phase for Tiffany and Magnuson. Connor leads the heat by .009 after one phase. And there's the finish. We'll get results in that one in a moment.
I didn't get results for 48B, Chris.
The results from Heat 47 finds Paige Tiffany advancing to the next round, followed by Connor Magnuson at .004.
.66C will be up next. Lane 1, car 634 of Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 614 of Reese Delaney. Delaney lane 2. Lane 3, car 632 of Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 3. We are pulling up the results for Heat 48 right now. We'll get those to you as soon as they are official. Okay, now we have those results for Heat 48. Winning the heat is Jacob Leonard. Leonard wins the heat by .018 over Hannah Olsen. So Leonard will move on.
Everybody tucked in up there.
So we'll get back to racing with Heat 66C. Connor Bledsoe, lane 1. Reese Delaney, lane 2. Meadow Wells in lane 3. Elimination phase for the Superstock All-Stars. Bledsoe leading the way after 2 phases by about 2/100ths of a second over Reese Delaney. A little more than a tenth back to Meadow Wells as they make their way down the track. Here they come to the finish, and we'll get those official results. 85C is next. Lane 1, it's going to be car 705 of Kenna Coffee. Coffee, lane 1. Lane 2, car 714 of Alyssa Case. Case in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 733 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 3.
Elimination round of Heat 66 goes to Reese Delaney. Followed by a very close margin, Connor Bledsoe with 1/1000th of a second, and followed by Meadow Wells with .034.
Off and racing now in Heat 85C. Case leading the Heat through 2. 6/100ths over Braden Locker. Little under a 10th and a half back to Kenna. So we'll get the results for 85C in a moment. Another elimination phase coming up here for the stock All-Stars. This is 88B, lane number 1, car 734 of Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 304 of Quinn Driggers. Driggers, lane 3.
Advancing on from Heat 85, it is Braden Locker. Braden Locker. Kenna Coffee back by .08, and Alyssa Case .038.
About halfway home in Heat 88B. We'll see if Brighton Flo can hang on to that lead or if Quinn Driggers is going to come back. Those results upcoming. Heat 68B is next, another elimination phase, this time in the Superstock. Lane 1, it's car 616 of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 3.
Advancing from Heat 88, it is Brighton Flo, followed by Quinn Driggers with .106. Brighton Flo advancing to the next round.
.68B off and racing. Break in lane 1, Smutney in lane 3. Break leading after the first phase by .035. So we'll see if Laura can close the gap here as they come in for a finish. And we'll get ready for Heat 67A. Lane number 1 from Gretna, Nebraska. It's Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Hilton, New York, it's Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 3. We'll have Superstock All-Star action coming up in that one.
It will be Laura Smutney overcoming that, and she's going to be advancing on to the next round. However, it was a close race. Peyton Brake clocking in with .009.
So lots of very close racing here in the All-Star race. Exactly what you expect out of some of the best champs in the country. 67A on track right now. Van Wart lane 1, Murphy in lane 3. As they come under the bridge for a finish. We'll get those results in a moment. I see on the card, we talked about Carly Murphy saying competitive mooing on the card. I'm thinking if Murphy wins the All-Star race, We should get a demonstration from Carly of competitive mooing. What do you think, Lou?
I think so, yes.
Who's on the ramp?
Okay, this first phase of Heat 67 goes to Kelsey Van Wart, followed very closely by Carly Murphy with .008, 8 1,000ths.
We go back to Masters competition now. If there's someone on the guardrail under the bridge, you're going to need to move. We had somebody on the guardrail there. Thank you very much. Lane number 1 in Heat 49A from Lafayette, Indiana, it's Eli Murphy. Murphy in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Camano Island, Washington, it's Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. Here come Murphy and Johnson. Second round of our Masters competition right here. Region 5 versus Region 1. And here we come to a finish. And we'll get those results in just a bit. 87A is next in the stock division. Lane 1, it's car 723 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 901 of Bella Siddle. Siddle, lane 3.
Taking this first phase of Heat 49, it is Ronan Johnson. Ronan Johnson in the 502 car, of course, followed by Ellie Murphy at .05.
On track in Heat 87A, it's Alexa Mello and Bella Siddle.
This threw me the other day.
It says Eli. Yeah.
This is phonetic. Eli Murphy.
Yeah, I said Ellie, didn't I? Yeah, I got you.
As they come in for a finish, we'll get those results momentarily.
The first phase of Heat 87 goes to Alexa Mello. Alexa Mello, followed by Bella Siddle at .017.
So as we wait for some more champs to make their way to the starting line, want to remind you our topside show going on this evening as well. Then tomorrow, the National Super Kids Classic. And what a great event that is for those champs. It's a very special moment for them. So if you don't have plans for tomorrow morning, strongly encourage you, come on out and support those Super Kids as they'll be in action here at Derby Downs. Then, of course, on Saturday, it's the big one, the 84th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. 67B getting ready to go now. Lane 1, it's car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 131 of Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. Off and racing in 67B. Murphy in lane 1, Van Wart in lane number 3. Elimination phase here for these two as they come to the finish line. And we'll get those official results in a moment. Another elimination phase, this time over in the Masters division. It's Heat 49B, lane 1, car 502 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 31 of Eli Murphy. Murphy in lane 3.
It is Carly Murphy. Carly Murphy taking this elimination, advancing on. And it was a tight race. Kelsey Van Wart behind by .019.
And we are off and racing in 49B. Johnson lane 1, Murphy lane 3. Johnson had the lead after one phase by half a tenth. As these two champs from Region 5 and Region 1 come down to the grandstand. Cleanly through the finish. We'll check those results in a moment. Heat 87B is next in the stock division. Lane 1, car 901 of Bella Siddle. Siddle in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 723 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 3.
87B. Advancing from Heat 49, it is Ronan Johnson. Ronan Johnson, separated by 0.072 for Eli Murphy.
Heat 87B on track. Mello and Siddle. Mello, your heat leader, by 17 one-thousandths. And we'll get those results in a moment. Heat 69A is next for the Superstock. Lane number 1 from Terrytown, Georgia, Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Cove, Oregon, it's Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 3.
Advancing on from Heat 87, it is Bella Siddle. Bella Siddle. Followed up by Alexa Mello with .028.
About halfway home in Heat 69A for the Superstock. Between Driggers and Delaney, champs from Region 7 and Region 1 in this one. As they cross the finish line, we'll head back to the top and get ready for Heat 89A. This is a stock heat Lane 1, car 733 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Akron, Ohio, car 720, Samantha Wooten. Wooten in lane 3.
Taking this first portion of Heat 69, it is Aiden Driggers. Aiden Driggers, followed by Reese Delaney with a margin of .144.
Standing by for 89A. They are off and racing. Locker lane 1, Wooten in lane 3. Champs from Region 12 and Region 6 in this one. Getting close to the finish line now are Locker and Wooten. So we'll stand by for those results.
Leading this first phase of Heat 89, it is Braden Locker. Braden Locker, following by a margin of .07, Samantha Wooten.
And it looks like we have some cars just about ready to go. This will be Heat 89B next in our rally stock. All-star competition for the stock division. We'll introduce those champs when we see them on the blocks. In lane 1, Heat 89B, it's going to be car 720 of Samantha Wooten. Wooten in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 733 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 3. Off and racing in 89B. This is an elimination phase. Wooten in lane 1, Locker in lane 2. Locker your leader after one phase. Wooten with 7 100ths to make up. And there they are at the finish line. So we'll get those results momentarily. Next it'll be Super Stock. Heat 69B, an elimination phase, lane number 1. Car 614 of Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 104 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 3.
Results in from Heat 89, and it shows Braden Locker advancing to the next round, followed by Samantha Wooten with .06 margin.
And now we're racing in 69B. Delaney lane 1, Driggers lane 3. Driggers leads the heat by a little under a 1/10.5 after one phase. We hear Aiden's cheering section below us here as they come in for a finish. See, the challenge on Saturday is, and I want to put the challenge out to everybody, I want to hear the person all the way up in that last canopy by the starting line. I want to be able to hear them. They're so loud on Saturday. That's the challenge for the weekend. We'll get those results here in just a moment.
The results are in for Heat 69, and it shows Aiden Driggers advancing on to the next round. Reese Delaney back by .096. Congratulations to Aiden Driggers for advancing.
And we are going to be about ready next for our championship heats in the All-Star race. We'll get those champs ready to go and have them on track for you in a few minutes. Getting ready now for our championship heats in the All-Star race. We'll see the Masters All-Stars first. This is Heat 50A. As they roll into the blocks, let's meet them. Lane number 1 from Camano Island, Washington. It's car 502 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. In lane number 2 from South Elgin, Illinois, it's car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Utica, Kentucky, car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 3. We were talking with one of the champs yesterday that was involved in this All-Star race, and they said that this was the race, this was the event they were looking forward to the most, because you know you're going up against the best of the best of the best in the All-Star race. And this has been a fun event so far. We had a dead phase earlier. We've had a couple 1/1000th phases. Some very good racing here. Set to go in our championship heat for the Masters. Off and racing. Johnson in lane 1, Tiffany lane 2, Leonard in lane 3. We've got regions 1, 5, and 12 represented in this one. Cheer them on as they come down past the grandstand. Here they come. And we'll get you some phase results for those champs. Standing by for those results now. And here they are for the first phase in our Masters Championship heat. Give that phase to Paige Tiffany by 2/1000ths of a second over Jacob Leonard. And then it's .065 between Paige and Ronan Johnson. So Tiffany takes phase A. We've reached the point in the evening where we wait and see who ends up getting their wheel swap done first. And that's the heat that goes down next. So we're not sure who's going to be next. Want to say a big thank you to the staff here at Derby Downs and all the volunteers for their hard work today and throughout the week. Everyone up there at topside, everybody at the starting line, downstairs at the finish line, up here on the bridge, and everybody, especially out in the hot sun, hauling cars at the runout area. Next year, we'll do a better job of bribing the weather people in town. We'll try to get you guys a little bit cooler weather for next year. And our race to swap wheels has been won by the Masters division. So we'll see the Masters cars back on track next in Heat 50B. Rolling them in now for Phase B of our championship heat in the All-Star Masters. Lane 1, it'll be car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 502 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 3. So we'll get those champs situated here. Set and ready to go for Phase B in the Masters Championship heat. We are off and racing. Leonard, lane 1. Johnson, lane 2. Tiffany in lane 3. Tiffany leads the heat after one phase. Jacob Leonard right there, 2 1/1000ths of a second behind. Ronan Johnson still well within striking distance, 6 100ths of a second back. They cross halfway. There's the tunnel. And as the track flattens out at the grandstand area, here comes the finish line. And we will stand by for some results in that group. It will be Superstock up next in their championship heat, Phase A. Lane number 1 from Terrytown, Georgia, car 104 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. In lane 2, from Hilton, New York, it's car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy, lane 2. And in lane 3 from Canfield, Ohio, it's car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 3. Results in 50B. We'll tell you who won the phase first, then we'll get you updated on the entire heat. Phase B was won by Paige Tiffany. So Tiffany takes phase B. Our results through 2 phases show Tiffany still leading the way by 0.08 seconds over Ronan Johnson and 0.111 over Jacob Leonard. So Tiffany takes the lead into the final phase for the Masters. Superstock on track halfway home between Driggers, Murphy, and Smutney. Region 7, Region 9, and Region 6 across the finish line. Three very experienced champs in our Superstock final. They know their business. This is going to be a fun final heat between this group. Here's your results in Heat 70 Phase A, our Superstock Championship heat. Laura Smutney takes the phase by 0.037 seconds over Aiden Driggers and 0.14 over Carly Murphy. So Smutney leads the way after one phase. We'll move on to our championship heat in the stock division. Lane number 1, it's car 733 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 901 of Bella Siddle. Siddle, lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 734 of Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 3. Off and racing for the championship in our stock all-star division. Locker in lane 1, Siddle in lane 2, Flo in lane 3. Good racing out of these champs as they cross the finish line in their first phase of the championship heat. Stand by for results. And we have those results in Phase A of our stock championship heat. Brighton Flo takes the phase. Flo wins it by 0.026 over Bella Siddle and 0.122 over Braden Locker. So Flo takes the lead as we head towards phase number 2 in that one. And we'll stand by now and see which group of champs makes it to the starting line next. And it looks like our Masters have won the race to the starting line. So we'll get ready to crown a champion in the Masters division. This will be their final phase. Getting ready for our final phase for our All-Star Masters. Lane number 1, it's car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany, lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 502 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. As we get our champs settled in one final time. And we are off and racing. Final phase for the All-Star Masters. Tiffany in lane 1. Leonard lane 2. Johnson in lane 3. Paige Tiffany leads the heat by .08 over Ronan, .111 over Jacob. But who's it going to be to take the win in the All-Star Masters? They cross the finish line. We're about to find out. We'll see Phase B of the Super Stock Championship heat next. Lane 1, it'll be car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 1. Lane 2, car 104 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers, lane 2. And lane 3, car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 3. Here are your final results for the Masters division. I'll give you the phase winner first. It was Ronan Johnson winning the phase. Now, here are your overall results for that championship heat. Third place goes to Jacob Leonard. Second place to Paige Tiffany. And that means your All-Star Masters champion for 2022 is Ronan Johnson. Johnson wins it by 9 one-thousandths of a second over Paige, and 65 thousandths back to Jacob Leonard. Congratulations to Ronan Johnson, our 2022 All-Star Masters champion. Off and racing in Phase B for the Super Stock Championship heat. You've got Smutney in lane 1, Driggers lane 2, Murphy in lane 3. Smutney leading the way by .037 over Aiden after one phase. Here come those champs to the finish line. And we'll see how those results change things in just a moment. As we get ready for Phase B of our Stock Championship heat. Lane 1, car 734 of Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 733 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 901 of Bella Siddle. Siddle in lane 3. We have some results for 70B. That's our Superstock Championship heat. Winning the phase was Carly Murphy. So Murphy wins the phase, but leading the heat is Laura Smutney by .094 over Carly. And then it's .203 back to Aiden Driggers. So Laura Smutney carries the lead into phase C. Underway now in our Stock Championship Heat Phase B. Brighton Flow, your heat leader in lane 1. Locker in lane 2, Siddle lane 3. Flow with a .026 second lead entering this phase. Locker with .122 to make up as they come down past the grandstand. And there's the finish. So we'll stand by for those results. And then it'll be time for final phases in both Superstock and Stock in just a little bit. Let's take a look at the results. We'll give you the phase winner first. The phase winner in phase B was Bella Siddle. And our aggregate results through 2 phases in the heat. Siddle leads the way by .043 over Brighton Flow. And then it's .107 back to Braden Locker. So Siddle carries the lead into our final phase. We're going to see the super stock final phase first. Here we go, championship heat, phase C. Lane number 1, it's car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 104 of Aiden Driggers. Driggers in lane 3. We've got champs from Region 7, 9, and 6 represented in our championship heat here. A future dietitian or physical therapist in lane 1, a future psychiatrist in lane 3, and a future panda nanny, goat renter, teddy bear surgeon, or biologist in lane 2. Off and racing. Murphy lane 1, Smutney lane 2, Driggers lane 3. It's Smutney in the lead through 2 phases. Carly Murphy with about 1/10 of a second to make up. Aiden about 2/10 back. We'll see what happens as they cross the tunnel. Heading down for a finish in the super stock. And we'll stand by for some results here. All right, let's tell you about our championship heat in the super stock. We'll give you the phase C winner first. That was Carly Murphy. So Murphy won the phase. Now here are the final results. In third place, it was Aiden Driggers. In second place, Laura Smutney. And your 2022 All-Star Champion, Carly Murphy. Final differentials, Laura in second, .087 behind, and Aiden in third, behind by .121. So congratulations to Carly Murphy, your 2022 All-Star Super Stock Champion. Set to go in our final phase for the stock division. Bella Siddle in lane 1. Brighton Flo in lane 2, and Braden Locker in lane 3. Bella Siddle carrying a lead here of .043 over Brighton Flo, and then about 1/10 back to Braden. Last phase of the day, halfway through. Here they come to the grandstand. And there is the finish. We stand by now for results. Okay, here are the results. We'll start with the phase winner first. Winning that last phase was Braden Locker. Now, here are the overall results in our championship heat. In third place, Braden Locker. In second place, Bella Siddle. And your all-star stock champion is Brighton Flo. final intervals for that heat, Bella in second by .033, and the gap was .034 back to Braden Locker. So very close for second and third, but Brighton Flo is our all-star stock champion for 2022. So that just about does it for us today. Unless Carly Murphy wants to demonstrate competitive booing, but that's totally up to her. We'll see you tomorrow for Super Kids, and then we're back on Saturday for the 84th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. For Lou Snodgrass, I'm Jason Sokol. Have a great night, everybody.